and as inspiring day as the one before. Yesterday, we have concentrated on current challenges and perspectives. Today, we will talk about possibilities in the near and further, more distant future. So we will talk about the startup and scale-up strategy, which will be published at the end of May. We will also talk about the further perspective, so about the new framework program and the future perspective of financing for RD&I. We will also take you on study tours, and I will pass on more technical information. I just wanted to tell you that the study tours will be organized right after lunch, and we will kindly ask you to be very sharp on time. We will leave at about 2:30, and all the other information that is necessary for all the logistics will be passed on to you in a few hours. But to get this day started, I would like to invite to the stage our host, Mr. Jerzy Małachowski, Director of NCBR, Polish National Center for Research and Development.
Hello, good morning everyone. I hope you enjoy yesterday evening. So after very fruitful talks, after very long brainstorming, so we start the second days. So because of the Polish presidency, let me switch now into Polish. Szanowny panie ministrze, szanowni państwo, to dla mnie ogromny zaszczyt móc przywitać państwa na tym drugim dniu konferencji Innovation Journey 25. To wydarzenie nie jest tylko platformą wymiany informacji, myśli, ale także wyrazem uznania dla roli, jaką Polska i ten region Europy Środkowo-Wschodniej odgrywa w europejskim ekosystemie innowacji.
Minister, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and privilege for me to welcome you to the second day of the EU Innovation Journey 25 conference. This event is a platform to exchange ideas, and it is also a sign of recognition for the role that Poland and the Central and Eastern European region play in the European innovation ecosystem.
Wczorajszy dzień pokazał, jak dużo możemy od siebie się nauczyć, zarówno poprzez dobre praktyki, jak też i otwartą dyskusję. Dzisiaj idziemy dalej z nową energią i kolejnymi ważnymi tematami, które są przed nami, które dotyczą tworzenia i efektywnego rozwoju ekosystemu innowacji w Polsce.
Yesterday showed how much we can learn from each other, both through good practices and open discussions. Today, we are moving forward with new energy and important topics ahead of us, the creation and effective development of an innovation ecosystem in Poland.
Budujemy nowoczesną teraźniejszość i przyszłość, w której między innymi nasza organizacja, czyli Narodowe Centrum Badań i Rozwoju, staje się kluczowym ośrodkiem wspierania i tworzenia innowacyjnych rozwiązań technologicznych i społecznych, kreuje ekosystem wiedzy i informacji na ich temat. Inicjuje, realizuje przedsięwzięcia przyczyniające się do cywilizacyjnego rozwoju kraju.
We are building right now a modern present and the future where our organization, the National Center for Research and Development, remains a key pillar for supporting and creating innovative solutions in technology and for the society as a whole, and an ecosystem of knowledge and information about both of them. The NCBR kicks off and implements projects which contribute to the civilizational advancement of our country.
Narodowe Centrum Badań i Rozwoju jako główny organizator tej konferencji został wybrany przez Europejską Radę do Spraw Innowacji do realizacji tego przedsięwzięcia. Tak jak wczoraj mówiłem, to dowód zaufania i potwierdzenia naszej pozycji jako kluczowego gracza w kształtowaniu polityki innowacyjnej w Europie.
The National Centre for Research and Development is the main organizer of this conference, and it was selected to carry out this project by the European Innovation Council. As I said yesterday, we take it as a token of trust and a confirmation of our position as a key player in shaping innovation policy in Europe.
Narodowe Centrum Badań i Rozwoju przyjęło niedawno nową strategię, wyznaczając nasze ambicje na kolejne 5 lat. Patrzymy w przyszłość w szerokim kontekście wyzwań rozwojowych Polski, wysokiej dynamiki rozwoju nowych technologii i działań na rzecz samej instytucji, aby jej rozwój pozwalał na sprostanie tym wyzwaniom.
The NCBR has recently adopted its new strategy, setting out our ambitions for the next 5 years. We are looking to the future in the broad context of Poland's development challenges, the rapid pace of technology advancements, and the steps that need to be taken for our institution to prosper and be able to meet these challenges.
Na bazie analizy otoczenia oraz analizy organizacji zdiagnozowaliśmy kierunki i potencjalne scenariusze zmian, uwzględniając słabe i mocne strony. Pozwala nam to wyznaczyć cele na najbliższe 5 lat. Przede wszystkim planujemy skupić się na szerokiej ofercie otwarcia, odpowiadającej na potrzeby i naszych interesariuszy i naszego otoczenia. Aby osiągnąć te cele, stale należy zwiększać skuteczność operacyjną oraz stopień cyfryzacji instytucji. W szerszej perspektywie, poprzez intensyfikację działań w ekosystemie innowacji, nasze wysiłki skupią się na umacnianiu Narodowego Centrum Badań i Rozwoju jako silnego ośrodka wiedzy i kompetencji.
We analyzed our environment and our organization and identified directions and potential scenarios for change, considering our strengths and weaknesses. With this, we were able to set goals for the next 5 years. First and foremost, we plan to focus on a wide range of support services as a response to the needs of stakeholders and changes in the environment. To achieve this, we will strive to continuously improve our operational efficiency and the digitization of our institution. In the longer run, by intensifying our activities in the innovation ecosystem, our efforts will focus on strengthening the NCBR as a robust hub of knowledge and competence.
To, co zakładamy i chcemy zrealizować, to w szczególności wzmocnienie roli centrum we wspieraniu strategicznych projektów i rozwoju nowoczesnych technologii, skoncentrowanie się na perspektywicznych obszarach i dostosowanie oferty programowej do wyzwań społeczno-ekonomicznych, wzmacnianie współpracy środowiska naukowego z biznesem, wzrost dojrzałości organizacyjnej, wykorzystanie synergii działań w organizacji w celu efektywnego wsparcia naszych beneficjentów.
Under this strategy, our key goals are to consolidate the NCBR role in supporting strategic projects and the development of state-of-the-art technologies, to focus on promising areas and adapting our programming offer to socio-economic challenges, to strengthen cooperation between the scientific and the business communities, to foster organizational maturity, and finally, to leverage synergies within the organization in order to address effectively our beneficiaries.
Dzięki takim inicjatywom jak EU Innovation Journey '25 możemy przekładać te założenia na konkretne działania, angażując partnerów z całej Europy.
Thanks to initiatives such as EU Innovation Journey '25, we can translate these plans into concrete actions engaging partners from across Europe.
Głęboko wierzę, że wspólnie z państwem, przedstawicielami nauki, biznesu i administracji, korzystając z najlepszych sprawdzonych już praktyk, możemy wypracować rekomendacje, które przyczynią się do zmniejszenia luki innowacyjnej pomiędzy regionem Europy Środkowo-Wschodniej a resztą Unii Europejskiej.
I do believe that together with you, people of science, business, and administration, using the best tried and tested practices, we can develop recommendations to contribute to reducing the innovation gap between the CEE region and the rest of the EU.
Dziękuję za Państwa obecność i zaangażowanie. Życzę wszystkim dobrego i wartościowego i zarazem pełnego twórczych dyskusji drugiego dnia konferencji.
Thank you very much for your presence and attendance and for your commitment. And I wish you all a very pleasant and valuable second day of the conference filled with creative discussions.
This is what I said. I keep cross fingers for success of this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Director. I would like now to invite to the stage Mr. Marcin Kulasek, Minister of Science and Higher Education.
Szanowny Panie Dyrektorze, Szanowni Państwo. Z ogromną radością i dumą stoję tu dziś przed Państwem. Przed nami drugi dzień Innovation Journey. To, że polski minister nauki i szkolnictwa wyższego ma przyjemność i przywilej uczestniczyć osobiście w tym wydarzeniu, pokazuje właśnie, jak ważną rolę dla polskiego rządu odgrywa tworzenie dobrego środowiska dla innowacyjności.
Director, ladies and gentlemen, I'm extremely happy and proud to stand here before you today. We are now entering the second day of the EU innovation journey. As a Polish Minister of Science and Higher Education, I have the pleasure and privilege of participating in this event in person. And this is just a sign how important it is for the Polish government to shape a positive environment for innovation.
Mam świadomość, że tylko dobra współpraca między nauką i biznesem pozwoli nam z optymizmem patrzeć w przyszłość. Po to tu jestem, by powiedzieć Państwu, że wszystkie działania, które podejmuję, są właśnie po to, by nauka mogła się rozwijać i pomagać nam wszystkim ze spokojem patrzeć w przyszłość.
I am aware that good cooperation between the world of science and the world of business is what it takes to look to the future with optimism. And I'm here today to tell you that all the measures and efforts I take are intended to ensure that science can prosper and help us look into the future with peace of mind.
Kluczowe pytanie, na które musimy znaleźć odpowiedź, to jak wykorzystać cały potencjał Europy. Jak na nowo uwierzyć w nasze możliwości, bez oglądania się w przeszłość i historyczne podziały. Dziś już nie ma miejsca na to, by kreślić linię oddzielającą tak zwaną starą Europę i Europę wschodnią, która po wyzwoleniu się spod poprzedniego systemu musiała Europę gonić.
The key question that we all need to answer today is how to tap Europe's full potential, how to believe in our capabilities again, and how to go about it without looking back into the past and historical divides. Today, there is no place for drawing lines between so-called Old Europe and Eastern Europe, the one which, once liberated from the old regime, had simply to catch up with the rest of the continent.
Dziś musimy wykorzystać cały europejski potencjał, który mamy. A mam na myśli zarówno nasze wspólne doświadczenie, bogatą historię, ale i determinację, której nam, Europejczykom, nigdy nie brakowało. Mam też na myśli odwagę w odkrywaniu nowych rzeczy, której uczył się od nas cały świat.
Today, it is our job and duty to harness all of Europe's potential. And by saying potential, I mean our shared experience, our rich history. I also mean our commitment. And we Europeans, we have never been short of commitment, and I also mean the audacity to discover new things, something the whole world has learned from us.
Dziś musimy sobie na nowo przypomnieć, że to u nas, w Europie, powstały pierwsze uniwersytety, że to my, Europejczycy, ruszyliśmy w nieznane, by poznawać nowe lądy. Robiliśmy rzeczy, które na nowo definiowały świat.
And today, I believe we must remind ourselves that it was here in Europe that first universities were established, and it was us, Europeans, who set out to the uncharted and unknown to discover new lands, and we would do things that would define the world.
My Polacy szczególnie to wiemy, bo to w Polsce Kopernik wbrew wszystkim udowodnił, że Ziemia to nie jest centrum świata. My Polacy szczególnie jesteśmy dumni z tego, że Polka Maria Skłodowska-Curie nie oglądała się na to, co pozwala jej męski świat i dokonała przełomowego odkrycia w dziedzinie chemii. My, Europejczycy, dziś z równą determinacją i odwagą musimy patrzeć w przyszłość, odkrywać świat na nowo i przypominać całemu światu, że możemy wszystko.
And we Poles, we know that particularly well. It was here in Poland that Copernicus proved against all odds that the Earth is not the center of the world. We Poles are particularly proud of the fact that the Polish woman, Maria Skłodowska-Curie, did not look at what was allowed in the men's world and ventured into making a groundbreaking discovery in the field of chemistry. As Europeans today, we must look into the future with equal determination and courage, and we must rediscover the world and remind the whole world that we can do anything.
Rozpoczynamy drugi dzień konferencji, podczas której mamy znaleźć odpowiedzi na pytania, jak zmniejszyć lukę innowacyjną w Europie. I nie mam wątpliwości, że taką odpowiedź znajdziemy i wdrożymy ją w życie. Mamy w całej Europie wspaniałych naukowców, przebojowych przedsiębiorców i doświadczone firmy. Z pomocą dobrego prawa i odpowiedniego finansowania znów możemy odgrywać kluczową rolę w świecie.
We are beginning the second day of our conference, and we need to find out how to reduce the innovation gap in Europe. And I have no doubt that the answer will be found and put into practice. In Europe, we have outstanding scientists, brilliant entrepreneurs, and experienced businesses. And with solid legal framework and adequate financial support, we can once again play a key role in the world.
To, że jesteśmy tu dzisiaj razem, ja i dyrektor Narodowego Centrum Badań i Rozwoju, nie jest przypadkiem. NCBR to kluczowy partner Ministerstwa Nauki i Szkolnictwa Wyższego. Moją i mojego ministerstwa rolą jest tworzenie dobrych warunków, by wszystkie cele, jakie stawia sobie Narodowe Centrum Badań i Rozwoju, mogły być realizowane.
We are standing here today together with the director of the National Center for Research and Development, and this is no coincidence. The NCBR is a key partner for the Ministry of Science and Higher Education, and my role and the role of my ministry is to create good conditions for the NCBR to achieve all its missions.
Taka współpraca jest kluczowa dla tworzenia efektywnego systemu innowacyjności. Ministerstwo promuje współpracę między przedsiębiorcami, instytucjami naukowymi i agencjami rządowymi. Już teraz ministerstwo finansuje różnorodne projekty badawczo-rozwojowe, które mają na celu wprowadzenie innowacji w różnych dziedzinach nauki i technologii. Ministerstwo opracowuje też narzędzia prawne, finansowe i informatyczne wspierające innowacyjność.
This cooperation is key to create an effective innovation system. The ministry promotes partnerships between businesses, scientific institutions, and government agencies. We already now provide funding to a variety of research and development projects to introduce innovation in a number of science and technology fields. The ministry also develops legal, financial and IT tools to support innovation.
Jestem przekonany, że to, co Państwo wypracują podczas dalszych obrad, pomoże w tworzeniu jeszcze lepszego środowiska dla innowacyjności w całej Europie. Zawsze mieliśmy powody do dumy z bycia Europejczykami. Niech tak będzie zawsze. Życzę Państwu owocnych obrad i dyskusji.
I do believe that what you will achieve during this conference, during your further discussions, will help create an even better environment for innovation throughout Europe. We have always had reasons to be proud of being Europeans. May this always be the case. I wish you fruitful deliberations and discussions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. And just before we start our panel discussions, Director of NCBR, once again.
Panie ministrze, bardzo dziękujemy. Te słowa wsparcia będą dla nas taką ideą, myślą przewodnią. Bardzo dziękujemy za ten dzień codzienny, za to wsparcie, które czujemy ze strony ministerstwa i także za obecność dzisiaj tutaj podczas tej konferencji, bo to na pewno jest ten bardzo dobry znak, że Narodowe Centrum Badań i Rozwoju ma wsparcie w budowaniu tego ekosystemu innowacji, systemu, który łączy naukę z biznesem. Jeszcze raz bardzo dziękujemy, panie ministrze.
Thank you very much, Minister, for these kind words. Thank you for your support. It will guide us through our discussion. Thank you for your everyday action, for the continuous support, and for your presence today. This is a sign of your support to the NCBR in building and shaping an innovation ecosystem that is lasting and effective.
Thank you once again. Mr. Director, Jerzy Małachowski, Mr. Minister, Marcin Kulasek. So we're about to begin our discussion sessions and deliberations. Our panelists are ready to come to all the three stages. This is the point where I would like to kindly remind you that the discussion panels are being held simultaneously on three stages. This is the main stage, and the first panel here is going to be dedicated to startup and scale-up strategy, but many interesting discussions are also going to be held on two other stages. So the potential and opportunity stage is now going to focus on best practices and challenges exchange in terms of R&D showcase, and on the challenges stage, another roundtable discussion. This time it's going to be dedicated to from transaction to transformation, rethinking tech transfer as a strategic R&I engine. So those are the topics that are going to be covered on all the three stages. You are free to choose the discussion you want to be part of. And of course, in many cases, we will also challenge you or ask you to ask questions if any of those would arise. But the moderators of panel discussions will pass on all the details. And after the first panel discussion, we will ask you to enjoy the first coffee break, then another panel and another coffee break. Actually, after the second part of our today's conference, there will be lunch. And right after lunch, I will pass on all the information or all the logistics information concerning your study tours. So to get things started, to start the first panel discussion focused on startup and scale-up strategy, I would invite to the stage Katarzyna Piasecki, Managing Director, EU Women in VC.
Hello, good morning, Warsaw. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being with us today, for coming to the second day of this beautiful, inspiring conference. So I would love to invite to the stage my guests. Please welcome Andras Inotai. Dariusz Łukaszewski. Iwona Biernat. Bartłomiej Kot. Jakub Dąbroś. I Iwa Peterson. Iwa? So thank you once again for coming to my panel. So I would like to start with a few words, few remarks. So for the first time in many decades, Europe is standing in front of a real opportunity to become the best place in the world to found a startup, scale a business, and attract top talent. This ambition is no longer to catch up, but it is to lead on our own terms. We collectively understood we won't outspend the US and we will not centralize like China. What we can do is to build a uniquely European model. One which is rooted in trust, talent, values, and strategic market making. So I would like to make this panel about the possibility. I have here on stage ecosystem leaders and builders, and would love to discuss with you guys what will it take to turn Europe into to destination for innovation. So if I could start with and ask you to introduce yourself very briefly, who you are, what you do, and what is your organization you work for all about, what is your KPI? Andras, do you want to start?
Yes, thank you very much, and a very good morning to all of you. So my name is Andras Inote, and I am heading the task force on startups and scale-ups within the European Commission's Research and Innovation Director General. And this is quite a unique organization, the first time that the Commission has put in place such a hybrid structure. It's a task force composed of a bit more than 60 colleagues coming from 23 different Commission departments, covering everything from internal market to competition policies to research and innovation, employment, education and culture, trade, you name it. It really shows that the Commission is taking through this task force a very comprehensive, what we now call fashionably a whole of government approach of innovation policy making. And the role of this task force primarily is to now develop a EU startup and scale-up strategy, about which I think we will interact. Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome to Warsaw, and thank you for being here. Dariusz, if you want to go on.
Yeah, of course. Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here and to be a part of such a panel on a really important topic right now. I'm Dariusz Łukaszewski. I'm head of Innovation Policy Unit at Ministry of Economic Development and Technology. We are mainly dealing with supporting startups and entrepreneurs through policies and shaping the environment for them, so make their life easier. We are also looking at the EU, of course, and trying to harmonize our actions with all the EU actions, but still taking into account our regional Polish context there.
Thank you. Iwona?
Hi, everyone. My name is Ivana. I am a legal strategy lead at EUing. For those of you who are not familiar with EUing, it's a grassroots movement that is backed by pretty much the whole of the startup and venture capital environment and ecosystem, and backed by the key tech leaders in the industry. It calls for an optional pan-European digital-first entity. Thank you so much for having me today.
Hi, Bart.
Yes, hello. Lovely to be here with you. I hope you all had a great breakfast because we're quite early. My name is Bartłomiej Kot. I'm the head of public policy at Startup Poland. This is the organization that pretty much represents the interest of startup community here in Poland, vis-a-vis not only the Polish stakeholders and policymakers, but also on the European level. And I guess I fit the trend because before coming to the startup community, I was dealing with security and defense. So yeah, pretty much. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Jakub Dombroś. I'm Vice President at Innovations Hub Foundation. We're the Polish NGO that supports the young entrepreneurs. We're supporting young innovators under 30 years old. We provide incubation programs. We work closely with startups and innovators, not only on building the businesses, but mostly on commercialization, and we're helping them to gain as much clients as possible, not only in Poland, but across all the Europe. So we're like those ones supporting the doing part of business, not really the policymakers, but I'm super happy to be in this great group, and I'm happy to speak about some practices that we have here in Poland. Also, I'm wearing the other hat, being the leader of the Sprawdzamy civic initiative set up by Rafał Brzoska. We're running the startup and innovations stream, supporting and advocating for the better policymaking for the startups, enabling us as startuppers to grow not only in Poland, but in the whole European Union. Thank you very much.
Hi, good morning. I'm Eva. I work at Enterprise Estonia. So that is the Business and Innovation Agency of Estonia. It's the main vehicle for the government to implement the innovation and entrepreneurship policies. So my department is Innovation and Startup Services. Startup Estonia initiative is one of the three main areas I take care of. The other two are international R&D cooperation and the innovation and entrepreneurship capabilities of the Estonian SMEs in general. So yeah, I've been heading Startup Estonia for 4 years before I got this position. So startups are still very close to my heart, probably get more attention than my other areas. So yeah, very, very excited to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming to Warsaw. So my name is Kasia Piasecki. I am a startup founder, investor, and ecosystem builder. I am managing the largest pan-European community of female investors, European women in VC. We are associating VC and growth funds, which are co-led by women, but also public institutions, public fund of funds like British Business Bank, TESI, NATO Innovation Fund, Bpifrance. Our mission is to catalyze capital into female-led co-led VC funds. And if you ask me which number we are working on, it is the asset under management. Currently, only 9% of the venture capital is managed by women. So that's the mission, yes. That's the mission, but we are also, as I said, ecosystem builders, and we want startups to thrive so that the European ecosystem and society can live their best lives. So I have a question to all of you, maybe to kick off and warm up. What is your vision? Where do you see the biggest opportunities for Europe to leapfrog, to make this leapfrog rather than play catch up? And what would be, our key competitive advantage, key technological sector areas where we should develop? What are our strengths and where are the biggest opportunities for Europe in your opinion, vision? So I would suggest the first question we just do like that.
Okay, happy to start on that one. And maybe to start on a, I think, quite optimistic tone, which I think is something that we deserve these days, is that Europe really has all the great assets that needs for it to succeed. We are creating as many startups as the US, about 35,000 every year. We have excellent universities, great talent. We have a very stable democratic and legal institutional framework, which I don't think should be underestimated these days. We have, and we will continue to have, excellent trade relationships, probably better than some others in the world. And this is important because we are just finalizing a study on relocation of startups from Europe. And one of the aspects that comes out quite strikingly from that report is that startups appreciate very much to be in a market from which you can easily expand. And if that is done through a plethora of trade agreements and open trade, that is a major attracting factor, which Europe can certainly excel in the years to come. So I do see building on these great strengths and to become, as you, I think, also alluded to, Kasia, in your introductory remarks, really the EU to become the best place in the world to start a company, to scale up a company, and then to stay in that company, in that geography, and that is the EU. And we will put in place a number of supporting actions to get there. But I think we have all the great assets, and there is now maybe a last comment on that, which is also quite unique in my view, is the quite significant high-level political backing behind that agenda. So it's, to give you one example, it's quite rare that European heads of state and government, when they meet in the European Council, discuss startups, innovation, or venture capitals. And that's exactly what happened at their meeting last March, where they were for the first time actually calling on the Commission to come forward very quickly with a 28th regime, also known in buzzwords as EU Inc. So there is a major political momentum. Let's hope that it lasts, but if it lasts, it can really lead to wonders.
Absolutely. Do you want to build on that, Eva?
Yeah, maybe even go back to what you said quite early when we sat down here, that we are kind of fixated on still closing the gaps, and that's how we talk, and that's how we somehow think we have to catch up. But we know we can't, win or sort of win the US or China in their own game. So we have to actually really carefully facilitate those success stories and facilitate those paths to what we're good at. So maybe how we talk even should change, But more on that is we first need to know where we are and what we want to be, and can we even envision the future that we are thriving towards. We see this now. We are in the middle of our own strategic sort of creation process, and we found that we don't actually know what is going to happen, what are going to be the mega trends in 10, 20 years, like what and how does that correlate now to the actual state of affairs, what is happening? Where is the money going in science? Which companies are thriving? Is it related? Is it correlated somehow? Should we put into, what is happening now, or should we somehow imagine something that is not there yet to be backed by data? So we've really started to create a model of foresight processes to really kind of keep also the long-term vision. So maybe that's one thing which we should do more, but also creating the conditions very quickly is, I think, the key word. We can't, always come, and it's very nice to sit here on stage and talk, but sometimes it's just like we need very quick action. And if we say capital markets are the main driver, of course, the ecosystem builders are on one side, but on the other side, the capital markets need to be aligned with that. So if we say now defense tech is coming up as a really big opportunity, for example, SmartCap, which is the Estonian fund of funds, they decided actually and brought to the market in 1.5 years a completely new 100 million defense fund. I think it's just one of the many examples, but I think this is exactly how we should think. And it was founder proposed, like, what if we had a fund, like SmartCap is there, they used to put it in green tech, now we should also create a defense fund. So to take that to the governmental officials ASAP, to start putting it in action, and then in 1.5 years it's there, and we can already then start aligning other stuff according to it. So really, plainly, let's talk more action quickly.
Yes, and I think what you are saying is that, this is a fast-paced environment where we live in, and we should have like entities which are identifying opportunities which are changing very quickly, and we have to look into the future and see what is out there in 10 years to build our strategy. Derek, opportunities. Where do you see most opportunities for Europe, for Poland?
Okay, there are many paths that we can go, and as said, we've got really good start with good foundations there, and we are not really lagging, yes, if it comes to the rest of the world. As Europe, I will just start with maybe don'ts. I think that we don't need to really chase the unicorn metrics and imitate US or China. We can do it our own European way, let's say. We need to build on our strengths, the strengths of Europe, which I can say that we need to leverage on resilience, trust, and sustainability. So meaning resilience, that we need to and we are actually doing is as Europe, we need to put our actions into tech sovereignty and supply chain sovereignty, which is crucial for all forward actions we need to take. The trust, the Union, I think, is the most human-centric region that we've got, and we are really we need to build on it and leverage also our regulations. We've got, the Union has its first regulations on AI or on trustworthiness of AI, and we need to use it. We don't need to be the champion in general, but if we will be trustworthy, then we will be different than others. And it's also a competitive advantage to be different, yes. If it comes to sustainability, we are taking a lot of actions to go beyond even zero, yes, to all our green techs, and green tech startups are really flourishing in Europe. And why not boost these actions and not trying to imitate others? Yeah.
Absolutely. While everybody's turning back to sustainability and green techs, Europe actually can use this opportunity to stay at the front of climate change and so on. Okay, fantastic. Ivona.
Thank you. I guess I've been in the sessions, and I think it's very worth mentioning this. Like, I've been watching sessions, and it's been incredible to see over the past few months how ambitious Europe is. Like, I've never seen that kind of excitement about, building the best Europe and building it on the foundations and our strengths as European bloc. And it's been also inspiring to see how everyone is recognizing that innovation is the key component of driving Europe to be not only globally competitive, but also understanding that we need this to build better startup and scale-up ecosystem for Europe. And I guess opportunity-wise, I mean, in the context of EUing, which is the 28 regime, and which it's been mentioned here previously, I guess, the vision is we need to build the best ecosystem, and ideally a united ecosystem for Europe startups, so that we can unlock opportunities for all startups across Europe. And our vision as an EUing is that if we have one single legal framework, under which startups can scale and operate across Europe without having to navigate 27 fragmented legal system, is like a first foundational fix for what can unlock opportunities for startups. Whether you're in Poland or in Germany, you can hire in France, you can hire in Spain, and you can do that through that entity. You can also unlock capital flow through that. So, for example, you can actually raise money. Like, there's no investor in Germany that would probably invest in Spain because of the legal headache. But if you have one legal sort of framework, it can really help investors and startups to navigate the complexity of, let's say, I'll say bureaucracy and very complicated legal rules. So it's one of the solutions that we are putting in front, and we think that, as Kasia mentioned, like, I think it's really important that we also play on our strengths, and we need to look into the opportunities that we have. We have the legal framework that can make this happen. Like, we can literally do this if all member states come together. We can do it in probably 3 days. And it can unlock so many opportunities for so many startups across Europe, really. And what we can do and how we can be uniquely European is actually by setting the highest standard possible, because we can make this happen through regulations. We can set the standard of digital, being digital first, among other things. And I think there are some countries who are leading, like, for example, Estonia.
I hope that Eve will share these best practices from Estonia.
Yes, and when we are actually, because we wrote a proposal and we are currently working with European Commission on the implementation of 28 regime. We have weekly, bi-weekly calls, which I have been honored to lead as well, alongside with my 4 other colleagues. And honestly, like, there's so much ambition there to be best, and we have drawn best practices from global legal jurisdictions, including Estonia as well. I think what is important now is that we really focus on building something that's uniquely European. It's not about copying the US or the UK. It's not going to work. I think what we need to do is build something that works. And I'm not saying that we didn't have to compromise. Like, we believe that the most important bit is to focus on creating this legal framework, corporate law sort of cloud, as someone described to me today. It's like I'm trying to visualize it for everyone. But we don't want to infringe on certain sovereignties that are very important for countries, such as tax or labor laws. I think we still need to comply with those, and we need to respect. So yes, we could call for an entity that is pan-European, that calls for harmonization, but in practice it might not work. In an ideal world, yes, please, if possible, if we can make it happen. But I think what we have put forward is a very uniquely pan-European solution that can work and can unlock opportunities for startups wherever you are, whether in Poland or France, and we can build this united startup ecosystem. It's a very exciting time. There has never been a better time and political will for this to happen.
Amazing. Very uplifting. Bart, how should we do it? What's your recommendation?
I'm honestly a bit more pragmatic myself. I do believe that actually catching up with the US and China would be enough. I mean, I do not expect a huge leapfrog, something like that. I mean, if we would catch up with those who are right now actually at the forefront of the revolution that is happening, which is AI, then we'll be good. It will be good. And what we are doing right now is pretty much, facing the point of recognition, of understanding that quite a lot of our activities, especially the ones that were related to regulations on the European level, were simply wrong and non-effective, which is great. I mean, you asked me about the opportunities for Europe. In my opinion, the fact that we are having these discussions this is the huge opportunity for Europe. The fact that we are facing the geopolitical discussions on this meta level about the relationship between the US and EU and how we fit the rivalry between the US and China, this is an opportunity. Because this is also something which can easily transfer to the discussions about the talent acquisition into Europe, which already started, especially in France. So if I were to recommend something, yes, let's actually catch this wild horse that is around us. Let's face the reality that some of our decisions were simply wrong or not fit for where we are. Let's actually read what Mario Draghi wrote in his report and implement it, because we haven't done it yet. And let's actually build on that. And in addition to that, because we are, especially in Central and Eastern Europe, very much focused on also the reality of what is happening east to our border, many people think that this is a threat. Yes, it is, but it is also a huge opportunity. It is a huge opportunity for us to also use this huge defense spending that we are doing right now as a vehicle for our innovativeness. And if we don't do it, then we'll lose. So that's it from my side. Simply speaking, let's think that the threats and the challenges that are all around us are rather actually a moment for us to build something better. And actually, the regulation stuff is also quite interesting in that respect. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, those threats and geopolitical change is definitely sparkling these opportunities. Absolutely. Jakub.
So I would use two words: cooperation and actions. And I think that's it, to be honest, because we're, as Europe, we've got the biggest opportunity for cross-border cooperation. Our startups, all the innovators, we don't really need to build. We need to start selling, start making contracts, start cooperating, start implementing. And the biggest opportunity I see in Europe for startups, for the innovators, is not only to provide another programs, another initiatives, but to start changing the mindset, to start incorporating the entrepreneurs, the innovators in the building process. And I would love to see somehow in the future that there will be projects, or maybe not projects, just actions that the governments, the cities, the institutions will start buying from startups and treat them as the partner to grow, not really like another case study we need to talk about. And having this in mind, and that's what Eve said previously, the startup, the innovators environment is super fast paced. And if we as Europe would like to keep up with the startups and innovations, we need to start acting and not planning. And that's my recommendation.
Okay, thank you. So I think that we agree all that we are standing in front of those big opportunities. And I would like to ask Andrzej to set up the scene. What is currently, what are the top priorities of European Commission in the next 1 year, 2 years, 3 years to support, to build the startup ecosystem, help them transition into scale up? So what is hot on your table, and what are the short-term measures you are planning for? If you could just comment on that and give us a framework, maybe.
Yes, with pleasure. So I think the overall objective, which I mentioned in my introductory part, to make the EU really the best place to start up, scale up, and stay, that needs to be implemented through a set of very concrete actions. But more than that, I think it is something which requires a bit of a a transformational cultural change as well. So whatever we would be proposing at the European level, and you will see in a matter of few weeks the first ever EU startup and scale-up strategy, the overall objective of that will be, listen, let's have a transformational change on how Europe perceives failure, how Europe perceives opportunities of startups, and how the public sector changes its mentality, in particular vis-a-vis, as some of you have said, the startup community. Now, I see 5 main areas where action will be needed, and I do want to emphasize already now that many of these things are not for the European level to do. That is obvious that the EU as an institution cannot deliver on a fully fledged startup and scale-up strategy, simply because many of the things are in the hands of governments of the member states, but also many of the things are with private or public institutions. So to give you 5 main building blocks which will hopefully lead to this objective of being the best place to start and scale up a company. One is regulatory simplification. I think we all agree that that is something which needs to be done. You have already seen quite some promising first steps. A number of what is called omnibus proposals have been put on the table, removing, simplifying reporting obligations, for example, for SMEs, including startups. But this will be complemented now first with a single market strategy coming in about a week's time, which will also start removing some of the barriers to cross-border movement of goods and services. The single market, we all love it. It's a great thing, but it is far from being completed. So that will be one thing which will help, I think, the startup community simply to be able to sell either services or products across borders in a more simplified manner. The 28th regime will no doubt be part of that regulatory simplification as well. We will also look at, I think, a number of sectorial acts to look at some of the priority sectors, biotech, life sciences, advanced materials, where there are some particular legal barriers, mostly related to authorization, certification processes that could be streamlined. So that will be one big area. I think the other big area will be access to finance. And there we will inherently focus on filling what remains to be a scale-up gap in Europe, especially for ticket sizes of 100, 200 million euros, where the European VC market tends to dry out and foreign investors tend to take over. That scale-up gap needs to be filled, and we will think what we can already do, and this is an important caveat, we don't want to wait until the next multi-annual financial framework is put in place. That will take at least 2 years in the making. We are looking at ways to already start filling that scale-up gap with the instruments and with the budgetary means that we have. Needless to say, it is only a portion what the public budget can support in that area. And one thing where we need to do certainly much more is mobilizing private investments with the help of the public budget. I think we can come back to that later, but that will be a second main area of action for the years to come. Third one will be access to markets, and I'm very happy that Jakub mentioned the role of essentially procurement by the public sector. Major underexploitation of what we have in Europe. Only 10% of public procurement is going to innovation procurement. In the US, it's twice as much. We have $2,000 billion worth of potential public procurement also in the EU that could be, at least part of that could be channeled towards purchasing innovative products from our startups and scale-ups. A fourth area would be access to talent, both within the EU and from outside. It's actually coming back to the internal market issue. We only have 6% of Europeans who are actually working or living in another EU member state. That is not an integrated European labor market. But we are also lagging behind in terms of attracting highly skilled talent from third countries. We have an EU blue card, which has its limitations. It is limited, as you may know, to employees. So all the benefits that derive are not per se applicable to founders, entrepreneurs, self-employed. So we may need to look at that and at least to incentivize our member states to make good use of the possibilities that they have, potentially supported at the EU level. And then lastly, what I would describe as everything which startups need outside the area of funding, so access to infrastructure, services, data. We have great European research and technology infrastructures. Some of them are underexploited. Some of them are very difficult or expensive to get access to. That would be one thing that we will certainly look at, and maybe access to services where we see that there are quite a lot of great business acceleration services out there, both at the EU and the national level, but these are quite chaotically spread out. If you're a startup, it's quite difficult to find the most appropriate service that you need, whether it is IP advice, regulatory compliance, advice on how to expand your activities into another EU member state. So we may also think about some kind of a coordinated effort to bring these services together. So if you're a small startup from Poland, you would need to go to a single place to see, these are the services available, these are the funding opportunities available, this is where I start, and then I can expand from here throughout Europe. So these are just maybe 5 areas where I think we will work quite a lot in the future.
Okay, thank you so much, Darek. Can you tell us now, in this context, how Poland is shaping its national strategy to align with those broader goals and needs of startups and scale-ups? And if you could name any, concrete examples, what is currently on your agenda?
Actually, in that case, despite that we are talking about startup and scale-ups, I would not be very innovative here if it comes to the, especially what was said just before me. The Poland, we are entering, of course, the new phase with aligning our policies with the EU policies as well. And we've got this, we would like to be as a country, as being the 6th biggest economy in the EU and still growing one. We want to be somehow an innovation gateway for our region, for CEE region, and also to integrate the region to foster our innovations, which are emerging here. But still taking into account that we are aiming, I hope, as fast as possible for a single market. Because it is a must if we are competing globally. What's our agenda? For us, also Jakub said today, simplification of the regulations is a key. We need to simplify the rules, especially for startups, for young entrepreneurs that when they dive in and want to start businesses, they just hitting the wall of regulations. And some of them are just in contrary to the others and not clear ones. And so we need to, for sure, that is the first priority to do something with this. So simplification. Also, we are thinking still, we are discussing it with the startup and innovation ecosystem in Poland of introducing somehow of harmonization of regulations in terms of definitions, but still it's not so easy to make definition. For example, even a one universal or startup definition, it would be nice to have one, but still we need to think if we are not closing some opportunities, especially in if we are taking into account really diverse sectors that the startups are acting on. We are also, if it comes to the capital, we are also thinking on it and trying to mobilize the private capital more. We want to reshape the current reliefs that we've got and introduce the new ones, especially, but still it is not only the role of our ministry, but we are in talks with other ministries as to make it, to harmonize it. So that's the other one. We need to streamline the even the registration procedure for startups, to learn on, for example, Estonia best practices to digitalize everything in that process and make it easier. Of course, it's hard. It's easier to make in smaller country than such big economy as Poland, but still it is possible. So we want to do our best to in it and shape it in our startup strategy in Poland. We also need to have in mind our geopolitical context. It was said that there is a threat or opportunity just across the border, depending how you approach it. So also we need to introduce more incentives and simplify the regulations and open the possibilities for all dual-use technologies, as dual use is a must. And actually, if we look at deep tech technologies, all are potential dual use, because we still don't know when we will apply them at the very beginning, especially we are dealing with low TRL levels. What else? I mentioned deep tech. We need to put more attention into deep tech. We've just last week announced the new deep tech fund in Poland, which will be distributed by PFR Ventures, and we want to see what will come from it and if to continue that actions with even more money. But what else we need? Especially, it was said yesterday that we need to also work on our mindset and change our mindset to, if it comes to all investors and not only investors, we don't need to be that risk averse. We need to take risk. That's the first thing. We need to build on the talents and that we've got, and even the youngest one that we have. So we need to introduce and we are thinking of it to somehow reshape the education process if it comes to the all this entrepreneurial education at the very beginning level. Because when we see the startup founders are year after year, we see the younger founders actually. The teenagers are the best startup founders right now sometimes, especially in new technologies. So we need to take that spirit and leverage the spirit. What else I can add to it? Especially if it comes to regulations, we need to take use of all regulatory sandboxes, and we are thinking of it to make it easier to establish the regulatory sandboxes in the most crucial areas there. So I think that I will stop here.
Perfect. Yes, I would love to, continue the discussion on many points. What does this especially mean to be innovation hub for the region? I think one of the call to actions from today's panel will be to develop a decalogue of, how to shift the mindset. What are the 10 rules? What is our mindset about? Okay, good. Let's continue and maybe dive deeper into a role model model in Europe, which is Estonia. So can you tell us, what do you think are the key elements of Estonian model where you believe could be replicated or scaled across EU member states? And if you are maybe actively, work in some working groups to help with your experience, to advise, to tell how you did it. Of course, given this realization, the Estonian is a small country and Poland is, for example, bigger one.
Yeah, the working groups, yes. I've actually been part of many also pan-European groups initiated by European Startup Network, and also Macron had their Scale Up Europe initiative, was part of those discussion groups, and Commissioner Gabriel had some discussions around what to do, and so there have been plenty of discussions, and of course I've stated some things that I think are very simple, but sometimes are hard to do. For example, we've said, and it goes to the culture question as well. Like, do we agree that English is the language in all of our startup ecosystems, in how we present ourselves, or how we conduct our programs, or whatever, how we communicate. So we don't even seem to agree sometimes on those like really simple things, or how cheap it is to establish a company. Is it like 100 euros? Is it 1,000? How long should it take? I mean, we would think that they are very things we can fix, but sometimes it's not that easy. So, and of course we've also joining in the culture thing, we're small. We're not even a market. We're a location. So that's a fact. Estonia is just a location to do things, and to have any kind of voice. We of course have had to be digitally growing ourselves bigger. So that has definitely helped, and I see this in practice in many ways. Like to use e-residency as the first platform to really take part of the country, like it's country as a service. Basically, you can just try it out, take a free subscription and see if you like it. And then if you do like it, you apply for a startup visa and then for the permit. And then, it's a very nice way to actually get a feel of a place if you would like to work there or be an entrepreneur there. So that's a practical thing, but it's probably hard to just know I'm going to go home and do the e-residency program. It's nothing really we can maybe change from tomorrow. And also maybe another example, like it used to be very hard to get shareholders together because you had to, even, I don't know, signing over some shares, get everybody in the same room together to be, noticed by the, law. So that was actually changed, and that makes a huge difference. But this we can all do. I mean, this could be changed. Of course, it means that we have to have a digital signature and verification. We have some solutions for that. So it's again, it's a decision, and it's like taking deliberate steps to that, because it's a huge thing for the entrepreneurs. Then maybe if we go to more practical things, that even countries that maybe don't have all that X-road, the digital system in place. What Startup Estonia did, that was kind of a long time ago, and it has been renewed now, is create free legal documents for founders to use. That was procured centrally by Startup Estonia, and we got like more than 20 top law firms together to put their, to decide like how should the founder agreement be, how should this and that agreement be, so there would be no more need for the poor startup, like literally they don't have money to go through all those processes. So they are there, they're on our website, go download that. So that's actually a thing everybody can do. And you can even do that, like download it from Startup Estonia website. It doesn't even, you don't even need to create those anymore. So they've been updated since they were first put up. Maybe, in general, keeping up with the change, I would maybe say, regardless how digital you are or you're not, you can still sort of very much keep up with the change and see like where the opportunities are coming and act on them. Another example here I would like to bring is an entity. It's now maybe maximum 5 people. It's under the Ministry of Economic Affairs, called Accelerate Estonia. So it's basically a few people taking a case of a very breakthrough technology that wants to come to the market. Let's say food innovation. It's a big thing now. We're taking food innovation very seriously. We're seeing that there's things coming up from there. But how to come to market with innovative food? It's a hassle. It's such a bureaucratic jungle, and to have every company try and go through that, we will kill them before they get anywhere. So Accelerate basically takes cases they evaluate. If the single case of this company could be, in case we somehow solve it or create a sandbox for that, beneficial for the wider community. If it is, they take the case on and they sort of create a set of rules or set of conditions for similar breakthrough technologies to come out there. So and one concrete example is there are innovative food tastings happening in Tallinn. So that is actually something that, is doable, and it's something very unique. And it's happening during Latitude 59. It's a conference it's next week, I believe, 22nd. So yeah, there's food tasting, which is very, very, legally weird normally. And you already mentioned innovative procurement. I don't know where you found the 10% number. I tried to see what percent of now the EU, the whole GDP or the whole mass of procurement could be classified as innovation procurement. I just found the number maximum 2 to 3%. Maybe we're having different sources of information, but anyway, it's a very small number. So what can we do to change it? And for example, Enterprise Estonia was named a central innovation procurement office for other public institutions. So for example, the transport office or the police and border guard or whoever wants to procure a solution, and they don't really know how to do it because it's normal. It's like if you don't do it every day, you don't, you get scared. What if I do something wrong and it gets messy? So because Enterprise Estonia is doing that on a daily basis, we are now named the voluntary central procurement office for innovative procurement because we have the know-how and we can actually do that. So it's one way to really make sure that we also let the innovation and the innovative products come to market very early. Okay, I don't have any more time. Yeah. Okay.
Amazing. Thank you very much. Maybe Bart, you can build on that. Not Bart, sorry, Jakub. Can you build on that and tell us more about, how do you see this collaboration between startups and corporates? How do you see the solution for capacity building to increase revenues of startups? I know that your foundation is very strong on that. So could you, take over and tell us more? What is your vision on that?
Sure. So I would start with a context. So Polish market is really a strange market because we're big enough to build a solid business that can operate for years and be profitable, but we can't really establish selling only in Poland the real regional leaders because we've got this middle market trap that's really problematic for most of the funders. And as Eve said, in Estonia, you don't really get this mindset of building locally because you just can't reach the scale when you're built only in Estonia. And that's the problem in Poland because you can reach the scale here. And it's really important for us. And as Kasia said, it will be a lot about shifting the mindset. And that's what we're trying to do when organizing our incubation programs in Innovations Hub Foundation, that the funders need to think about building business, maybe not globally yet, but at least they should use the opportunities that European Union creates. If from day one they will start building in Poland and focus on Polish needs and Polish customers, probably they will fall into this middle market trap and never become regional leaders. That's why it's, for us as the operators on the market, it's super important to encourage the funders, the startups, the scale-ups probably are already at this stage, but the early stage ones to start thinking and building globally. And I think that's the biggest maybe not issue, but the biggest challenge that Polish entrepreneurs face, they need to switch their mindset. Also on the collaboration, and I would really like to add some more words to what Eve said, because I think it's super important to provide as much resources as we can for the startup funders. Unfortunately, as we all know, startup funders probably bootstrap. At the beginning, they take the money from their friends, the family. There is no money for legal advice, for regulatory advice, for tax advisors. And there is a great need, in my mind at least, for us, the institutions, the organizations, both the EU level, the government level, and the private ones, to provide them as much resources as it's possible to enable the streamlined growth. And then at Innovations Hub, we produce a lot of free documents. As Eve said, we cooperate closely with the law firms. We've announced 3 or 4 months ago the Open Document Initiative. I'm aware that in Poland there are other organizations, and I believe also BART ones did. We provide a lot of resources. And it's really important that those best private practices should be shifted also to the government and institution level, because I believe it's super hard for a young operator to set up a business there. And what I would love to see is some kind of guidelines, some like UX nicely designed playbooks for the young operators, to show them, hey guys, those are the rules you need to follow. You don't need to research tens or thousands of documents. There are only 10 rules that you can find. Those are those rules. Please follow them and you will be okay. Nobody will come and kill your business. And I think it's super important to create those opportunities. And also on the corporate cooperation, as I mentioned earlier, I really see a lot of great programs being announced in Poland. There is a lot of government public money that's put into those programs that will foster the cooperation with the corporates. But what we really need is, as I said, not another program, but action. And I really think that the only way to do that is not, unfortunately, on the government level, because we shouldn't really regulate that, but on the local level to encourage everybody and provide the greatest ecosystem possible to make the cooperation happen. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to build on a little bit on the standardization of documentation. I think for companies that think, they want to scale across Europe from day one, I think EUing is like a perfect solution. We've actually prepared many tools to standardize things like, for example, EU Fast, which stands for EU Fast Simple Advanced Subscription Agreement, which will essentially allow companies to raise money from all over Europe and from international investors based on that template. It can make it super easy. That being said, like EUing doesn't have to replace local incorporation and companies. It can be complementary. If you're thinking scale, global, European, from day one, you want to access talent from all over the Europe, you want to hire people and you want to grant them equity, you can use simple tools like EU Fast, Unified Option Scheme, etc. So hopefully, we've been listening to founders and investors. We've been speaking to them about what were the biggest challenges when they were scaling and essentially building a playbook based on that. So the proposal is available on our website as well, so people can go and read more about it. But there's nothing to prevent also Polish, company to incorporate EUing, because how it works is you're still a Polish entity. You're just incorporating with this optional alternative structure that works across Europe from day one, essentially.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to build on that, Bart?
You want to add something?
Actually, on the remarks that we all heard, because I think that there was enough of a knowledge that that was created by the panel so far. I really adore the fact that we mentioned the public procurement, because I do suspect that in the majority of the discussions we always try to figure out, like, things related to the cross-border VC and stuff like that, not necessarily finding the money in public procurement and using that as a platform, as a vehicle to boost our innovativeness. And in that regard, it is indeed all about the mindset. Let's be honest. I know that this word was like a buzzword here in the panel, but not only in the panel. The mindset that is not necessarily only on the side of the policymakers, not only on the side of the founders, but also on the side of those who actually procure, the civil servants, simply speaking. I said, just as I said in the beginning of the panel while introducing myself, I've been working in the dual-use defense and security for some time. And I know how hard it is, especially in this market, for a person who decides on the procurement to put some of the public money into actually the startup ecosystem. Those guys, they're looking for something which is already tested, especially in the battlefield. That constitutes like that doesn't come in parts, that constitutes a complete solution to the problem, which automatically in many of these aspects that we discuss excludes a lot of the innovative factors. And then comes war, such as in Ukraine, where actually the innovative solutions are being tested. As I said, this is not only a threat, this is also an opportunity for a lot of those who cherish freedom and those who cherish also the European way of life, European values, to see what is actually needed also for our own purposes, for our own dual-use solutions. But for that purpose, the civil servants, not only in the MOD, but also on the local level, should absolutely change the mindset, should actually think about innovative solutions as something which is necessary right now. Because innovativeness, it is not currently something which is only a matter of something which would boost our competitiveness as Europe, but it is actually what I would call the survival strategy. I guess this is where we're heading right now. If we do not become an innovative economy, Poland, but any other country, basically speaking, an European Union as a whole, then we will not survive. And this is also what is mentioned in Draghi report. He's actually absolutely not optimistic in his how he perceives the future of the European Union as it is right now, because he says in very plain words, if we do not become an innovative economy, that we will not be capable of providing to our citizens what actually was the cornerstone for European Union, which is prosperity, simply speaking. So yes, indeed, mindset. While we were discussing actually prior to the panel, I understand that you also wanted to tackle some issues on the local level, and I do understand that actually municipalities even in this country can become actually the vehicle, the opportunity for these innovative solutions, because the cities, they are also very much at the forefront of many challenges. This is not only that we have to think about this, meta level, the defense and geopolitics. It is also all about the solutions that are needed very much here and now, very tangible, such as public transport, the things that are related to the climate change, also on the local level. But this actually brings me back to what I was saying about the mindset. If we cannot find the proper mindset on the level of civil servants that have a huge budget to spend, then how we can actually dare saying that those guys in smaller towns should actually have become those who would be fostering the innovative solutions. That's it from my side. I mean, look, I hope, and I will stay with that with that words. I hope that what we are facing right now as the European Union, it has opened already our minds and hearts for absolutely a new era that we will be facing. Cheers. Thank you.
Absolutely, and I think that we should use this momentum. I also had a deep dive in the Mario Draghi report, and looking at his key message, to maintain Europe's competitiveness, wealth, and safety. Right, we need to act now, and what we need to act now is to unlock capital, right? And I would like to dedicate, I know that Andras would like to add on to that as well. So I would love to, also refocus this discussion on how we can unlock the capital which is needed. This is Mario Draghi calls for 800 billion euros a year. So, and Europeans are sitting on savings, so we save a lot, and this is what we can do. The question is how we can invest this money and change the patterns, how we do it. So Andras, how can we effectively mobilize capital into innovation, into startups, into venture?
Well, I think if you work on the demand side of capital, i.e. you show sufficient attractive investment opportunities, that will probably be the best thing to do first without going into any kind of legislative or budgetary incentives behind that. If you show that there's a market that works, that is the best thing you can do. But I do need to come back on the risk averseness and the cultural shift, because if you change that, that will also result in that famous pull factor becoming much more stronger. And you do have, this was mentioned in a previous panel at another conference, but you do have member states where the entrepreneurs are usually the villains in the movies or in the various TV shows. Even in the country I know best, even until a couple of years ago, the entrepreneurs were associated with funny, colorful suits and usually some kind of tax evasion practice. So if that is the perception of entrepreneurs or risk takers, then there's obviously a need to change. There's also a need to change on the public procurement side, and I did want to come back because they've asked about the actual figures. So the 10% figure is actually the innovation procurement figures. So 10% of public procurement is spent on procuring final innovative solutions. What I think you were mentioning, the 2 to 3%, is what is the pre-commercial procurement. So when you're not yet procuring a final product, but you're asking a company, listen, develop an R&I solution, and if it works, we might be actually also offering the final product from you. But both figures are terribly low, and you're fully right. We need to instill a bit of risk-taking in the public procurers, especially if our public procurement rules are still not sufficiently flexible, and in practice they lead to over-specification of tenders. There's no way a startup can compete if you tell them exactly what are the technical specificities they need to comply with. And they can also not compete if there are major financial prerequisites of actually participating in those procurements. So there's certainly work to be done on incentivizing the public procurers to take those decisions. Now, coming back to where the money should come from, or where is the additional money apart from the public procurement? You mentioned savings, but let's mention also institutional investors who are also managing assets of more than 10,000 billion euros in the EU. 0.02% of that is going into VC funds, significantly lower than the amount in the US. In fact, we have in some of our member states, we have institutional investors who are investing more in the non-European VC funds than in VC funds in Europe. And if you look at the German VC market, you see more non-German, in fact, non-European institutional investors investing in VC funds than German institutional investors investing in German VC funds. So you do see the absurdity of the investment landscape. Now, there have been a number of attempts in the recent years to bring in the institutional investors. I still believe that the best thing to offer is the actual return on the investment. And there we have quite a convincing story to tell. If you look at European VC funds in the last 10, 15 years, they have in general been outperforming the US VC funds. So if you're a European institutional investor, you want to make good return, the best place to go to is not the US these days, it is actually the EU. Now, it is true that in some member states, there's actually even a legal restriction or even a legal ban for pension funds to actually invest in those kinds of asset classes. Now, that is probably something that needs to be looked at from the regulatory perspective. That's not an incentive or a storytelling thing. There you need to remove the regulatory burdens so that these investors can decide on their own if they want to go into that asset class. And then you can think about what you can offer to them in terms of scale, diversified funding in the EU, which brings us back to the question of the VC market itself being fragmented. So if the VC market is more unified in the EU, that will also allow big European institutional investors to have a diversified portfolio covering the whole of the EU and not going into separate national markets. But in some cases, it is simply about offering a potential product where the downside of the investment is protected. And that is also something which has been experimented also by the European Investment Fund recently through a number of products. I don't think it has worked as well as it was expected. There are a number of reasons for that, but we have to accept that some institutional investors will need to be given downside protection in case the fund is loss-making. They would not be the first ones to take the loss, and they might accept a limitation on the upside in exchange. And maybe a last thing that we may need to look at, again, this is being tested in a number of member states, can, instead of an equity investment, can we offer a bond type of investment for the institutional investors into VC funds, and then to have that bond rated by credit rating agencies as a asset which would qualify as a not excessively risky asset? That is something which can help institutional investors in some member states to say, okay, I'm not actually making a really risky investment, I'm buying a bond which is rated at a sufficiently high or low risk level, which allows me to make that investment. But I think it's going to be a combination of all these to unlock at least a few €100 billion of investments.
Yeah, absolutely. Who would like to follow on?
I would like to just to add to that, great that you mentioned corporates and the money that is there, especially from, I need to call out the mindset again. I know we are calling it a lot today, but we need to change the mindset of many corporates to move to actions from gathering knowledge, because there's a lot of really big companies, especially in more traditional sectors, let's say, that they are establishing their CVCs, but they are doing it just to take a position as an LP in one of the VC funds, just for knowledge, just to see what the startup is doing, and not for real investment, and to leverage their to introduce the new technology to it. So it's the mindset again. The second element, especially which is for Poland, and we are thinking of do something with it through the policies, is unlocking all the debt mechanisms for startups. In Poland, if you're a startup, you can't really use them. There are no such popular venture debt mechanisms, or even they are restricted through the policies of the banks. And the third one is the element that we project or to develop the mechanisms to offer risk sharing to unlock the money within the pension funds, to make them invest just a bit of the capital they've got into the more risky investments as startups.
Amazing, thank you. Ivona, Bart, do you want to add on?
I guess maybe I can touch a point on sort of helping venture capital firms raise money. I think I'm going to focus on Poland because I think it's not a very mature market. And I think there are so many opportunities for Poland to actually do this right. But it needs probably government or maybe EU-level institution to support that through, for example, de-risking institutional investments into VC. So, for example, guaranteeing LP returns. You know, I'm talking about 1x, you know, not 3x. But I think I don't know if this is something that, you know, the government has been looking into to encourage more sort of VC investments in Poland. I think Sweden has done this and it was quite successful.
I think that I need to refer to that as well. Yeah, for sure we are looking into that, and we want to establish that mechanism that will tackle it and help with it. But what's more important that we want also shift not to only solely focus on the, as it is in Poland, mainly focus on the publicly backed VC funds, because there are many of them, they are backed by the public funds, and attract more private money there, just by creating the environment and some of the risk mitigation mechanisms to just to give them the feeling to feel safer and be safer if they take the risk. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess to top up, sort of. I think what ecosystems should try to do is actually encourage more private capital, and I think yeah, this is very important. And I'm not saying it's not, but I think there needs to be more encouragement in the ecosystem for private capital to step in, and I think de-risking is probably one of the best strategies. This is my personal opinion, of course.
Yes, what I would actually like to add to this discussion at this point is that what we do is one of our, let's say, core business. We do monitor the ecosystem as well, which is like every single year we do quite a report on where we stand, what are the, not only what people think within the ecosystem, startup ecosystem, about the challenges, but also how they place themselves on the market and what kind of the legal frameworks they're using, etc., etc. And this is actually quite the year right now. It's 10th year of us doing that, so we can also, you know, have a step back and see what we did in Poland throughout this 10 years. And talking about the lack of private capital in the Polish startup ecosystem. The data I wanted to quote is actually the one that relates to the percentage of public funding as a part of the VC investment in Poland. That's over 80% at this point. So this gives you the vision of the scale we are facing right now of this discussion, the lack of actually private capital. But we can also see, and this is what the startups are saying, that this is actually the lack of reinvestment as well. So since we do not have a lot of the high profile exits, then the money is not reinvested from the funders. And this is also about the, of course, lack of experience that later on is visible on the within the ecosystem. 1% of startups in Poland attract the majority of funding, which leaves the 99% without actually the interest of majority of VC. But at the same time, 91% of Polish startups would love, of course, to go international, and 46% of them are looking for money precisely for that purpose. So there is, of course, a lot of opportunities, but as you can see, the public funding is still predominant. And this is, yeah, I would underline that word, predominant. Thank you.
Yeah, to add on that, I think that first, to encourage more private capital and reinvesting, there should be kind of a social campaign on Polish successes and the generation who should actually be on the top of the game and follow the innovation and like pay it forward, give it back to society and lead the change. On the other hand, what we are advocating for is to, in terms of de-risking the capital or investments, is to build this additional layer of and adding the private fund of funds system into the venture capital market. Okay, so any other final remarks on this funding liquidity, which is actually the key in the startup ecosystem?
Yeah, I think both me and Eve probably will add something to this also. So I would love to take one step back because we're discussing the venture capital, but what we see at Innovations Hub, there is a great need for private investors like angel investment that not only bring, there is a need for a so-called smart money. That's probably a red flag in investment ecosystem, but there is a great need for the not only wealthy, but very skilled professionals that get a broad knowledge in different sectors to start investing in the innovative startups, into the projects, for them to become a, let's say, part of the core team, because we see that, and that's something that Darek said previously, a lot of great funders are the young entrepreneurs that strive for the success. But what they need is this knowledge, there is this expertise that the angel investments can bring to the cap table at the earliest stage. And actually what we've done in past couple of weeks at Sprawdzamy initiative, we feel the recommendation to provide some additional tax benefits for the angel investors in Poland, because as many of you know, when somebody is becoming an LP of Polish privately financed fund, they receive some kind of tax benefits, and such benefits do not apply to all those individuals that invest their private money directly into the companies. So that's really important from my perspective and from the Innovations Hub perspective to provide as much capital at the earliest stage, the private capital possible, so then we'll create more opportunities for the public funding at not that risky level. And that's probably something that's the common goal for all of us here.
Yeah, I already mentioned SmartCap and how it really works as like a diversifier or the initial sort of spark to get the private capital in. So I just want to mention something which I would hate if it doesn't get mentioned at all today. And it's not just regarding capital, but how we act in general, how we do stuff for founders, or how for startup ecosystems. And we sometimes forget to include them in our discussions. So just to remember that we have to, everything has to be done together with the community, together with the founders. So, I just remembered reading Mariana Mazzucato's Entrepreneurial State. I think a lot of us have read it, and to really go back to where US success has actually started is combining different networks, like different interest groups, and really going for that win-win situation. I don't think we in Europe really have grabbed that win-win mindset yet. I don't think we can do it. Sometimes we're just competing with each other, or God knows what. So, but I don't have time to bring an example. But everything, for example, regarding the startup visa has been agreed with, designed, and now also implemented together with the founders, the VC association, with Startup Estonia, and also like the community builders. So just want to make us all remember that it's for them. And also the EIC board commented on the new strategy as well, that we need to regain the trust of founders, because we've kind of lost it at some point. They don't care about the European measures, and they'll do anything to, get there without us. So just, let's do that in the right way.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So we don't have any more time for Q&A. I'm sorry. So I would just thank to the panelists and risk a little summary that what we agreed on, there is this really uplifting spirit, momentum, threats which should be turned into opportunities, and and we can build on our European values and strengths, which there is plenty of. And what we definitely need all is to change our mindset, or to build new mindset. That's why my call to action. Let's maybe build a guideline on that. And also, because we are here all ecosystem builders, I think what would be really valuable is to, collaborate and exchange, because every here sits and sees the market from different angle. And it would be incredibly valuable to collaborate and do it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that interesting discussion. And I'm sorry for keeping my eye on the clock, but the agenda is very intense for today. And we have the study tours after lunch. So I will now invite you to enjoy your coffee break, which is only going to be 15 minutes long. So I would please ask you to be back here in 15 minutes. Thank you. from all three stages. We'll encourage you to come back to your seats and participate in the last part of our discussion, last part of our conference. I would kindly like to remind you that after those discussion panels held right now, we will invite you to lunch and then to your study tours, but I will pass on more information about the logistics of all the tours a bit later. So in this part of our conference, there will be panel discussions held here on the main stage, starting with the panel called Towards the Future, and then we will invite you to join us on closing remarks made by great people from who have joined us throughout the whole day, today and yesterday. Also on other stages, I would like to remind you that you might participate in other discussion panels such as Brilliant Idea, EIC Pathfinder as a gateway for breakthrough innovation. It's a panel discussion held on the potential and opportunity stage. Also on challenges stage, there is a panel called EU Innovative Together, which is starting right now. Coming back to the main stage, the one I'm on right now, I would like to invite you to participate in a panel called Towards the Future. The moderator of the panel is Rafał Duczmal, head of section at NCP Department, NCBR.
Probably with the mic will be much easier. Good morning. My name is Rafał Duczmal, and I will today have the pleasure to chair this panel. And we'll use the opportunity to be the last and to took everything that was said yesterday and today and think a little bit about the future. So our panel Towards the Future, it's the opportunity to talk what do we see that should be in this future, what do we expect that may come, or what would we wish to come. So we had a brighter future for Europe, for European research innovation, for our companies, and in the end for our citizens. So it sounds very high level, but I hope that we'll touch upon some very precise points, and it will enrich everybody, including me. I really hope to have a great discussion with our panelists. So I would like to invite on stage Mr. Keith Sekera, Head of European Innovation Council Unit, DGRTD. Next one is Ilaria Tagliavini, Head of Operations, EIT. Third on my list is Denisa Nadine, Program Development Leader, EurekaNet. Then Mr. Adam Piotrowski, CEO, Vigo Photonics. Last but not least, Catherine Cornwell, from Senior Expert in the STEP Task Force, European Commission. Okay, I will move this chair a little bit so I can see you better. Nice setup in the line. I do not want to be out of the context, but still, it's much more interesting to see your reactions. I hope that we have an interactive discussions here. So as I told you before, I will be really happy if you would like to jump in or comment on everything what was said. This is supposed to be a discussion. Keith, since you are sitting near me, I have here an impressive list of things that you had done already. But if you excuse me, I think you were already well presented here throughout the conference, taking part in many discussions also then. So now, being a head of unit for EIC, could you tell me, as an introduction, what would be towards the future? What would be your dream come scenario for the EIC development? What would you like to see coming with, I don't know, more money, more topics? Tell us, what is the dream come true scenario for Keith Sekera?
Thanks, Raphael, and thanks for the invitation to the panel. Of course, more money is always good. Maybe I just wanted to start 5 years ago, because we started with the European Innovation Council about 5 years ago. And at the time, I was involved directly. I was working for one of the commissioners, Carlos Moedas, at the time. I don't think we ever thought we'd get this far. I mean, the EIC was very controversial, taking direct equity stakes in companies, disruptive innovation, all of these things. But you know, we've built probably the largest technology investment fund in Europe in just 3 years. I don't think anyone would have thought, including myself, that this would be possible. And you know, it's been a remarkable turnaround. At the beginning, the venture capitalists thought this was a terrible idea. What is the Commission doing, taking equity? You know, the research community was not sure, is this taking money away from the ERC? All of these kind of aspects. And now, I mean, it's very different because we've shown it's possible. We've worked with the investors, we've worked with the research community. So it shows how things can really change. People think often that Europe is really slow, it can't get things done. For me, the EIC is an example of where we can do something really big in actually a very short time. So we're very encouraged because President von der Leyen has said in her political statement, for the future we should expand the European Innovation Council. And part of the mission letter, the mandate of Commissioner Zacharyeva, is also to expand the European Innovation Council. So we've been doing work with the EIC board about what does this actually mean. And for us, it's not just about doing the same thing with more money. It's also about where can we do things differently. And there's 3 things we're focusing on. The first is this, what's often called the kind of DARPA approach. So this is being much more proactive, taking risks, having people on our side that can actually engage, not bureaucratically, but with the strategies and content. And we have 10 program managers in areas like quantum and AI and semiconductors who are already doing this. But we want to give them a bit more freedom to really engage with companies' projects, push them to market, challenge them, stop their grants if it's not going anywhere, all of these kinds of things. So this kind of DARPA type approach is one thing that we'd really like to work on. A second thing is the EIC fund. I mean, it's been very successful. We've got 280 investments. I mean, it's massive, but we see a real gap, and in the previous panel was talking about this, in scaling up these companies. If you're a quantum company, you don't just need 10 million euros, you actually need 100 million euros or several 100 million euros. So we're looking at how can we do this scale up, but we see the real advantage of directing the investments and not just leaving it to the market. Because we've seen if you leave it to the market, they don't take the difficult investment decisions. So the second thing would be about how we can go further with the EIC fund to scale up companies and keep them in Europe while we're doing it. And then the third thing is about the innovation journey. How do we make this simple? Because I think the EIC, one of the breakthroughs is that we can go all the way from fundamental research to a globally successful company in one program. And this is what, I mean, it's this whole innovation journey. And we've been trying to streamline how you go from research into a spin out, how you go from a spin out or startup into a growth phase company, and to have it all in one place so that you don't have to go for different programs for different stages. So we put in fast track processes, we're following all of this, but we also want to simplify our procedures. So streamlining simplification is the other big thing that we're working on. So lots of interesting things for the future. I hope we can deliver at least some, if not all of these.
Okay, thank you very much, Keith. And now I turn myself to Ilaria. Ilaria, now head of operations in the EIT, but you began in Whirlpool Corporation, then you had plenty of other positions in the private side in the private sector, working with crowdfunding entities, VC players, accelerators. But you also teaching, right? You have a position of professor and one of the universities in Italy. So now you work in EIT, which is a well-known part of the innovation ecosystem, but having in mind all your experience gained in the private sector on both sides of the pond, if I'm not mistaken, in Europe and the US, what were your first impressions when joining the public sector in Europe? And especially those connected to what should be done in the future. What were your observations coming into the system?
Thanks for this question, and good morning, everyone, and thanks for having me here in this very interesting panel. Well, let me tell you first of all that going from the private to the public sector has been quite shocking in the beginning. I have to say, it's quite a change for many different aspects, from the aspects of processes and procedures and the length of it. But it's also fascinating. I was fascinated by the amount and diversity of initiatives, programs that the EIT, but also other instruments have, and by how powerful those instruments can really be in bringing all the key assets, companies, universities, partnerships together in Europe. But there was one aspect that struck me the most, which is, we have all this richness and diversity, but I think there's one thing that is, to me, is still missing, and is the synergy part, is the orchestration part. It's like all these instruments that are very, very good, I think, because each one of it on its own each one is going in its own kind of direction. And yes, there are timid attempts of collaboration. Yes, there are. Some of them are also quite good. But still, I do not see a real common strategy, a real common orchestration. And I would even dare say a common governance. Because if this is what is needed in order to have a common strategy, then let's go for that. I think no matter what we do at a singular instrument level, it's not going to work if we do not find that cooperation.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ilaria. Now, Denisa, you lead program development for the European Partnership for Innovative SMEs. So really close in partnership with the Horizon Europe program, being a private partner of the partnership scheme. And you have over a decade of experience in intersection of research, innovation, and policy, working close with companies, both from their development side, but also when they need more funding. You shared some stories with me when we were discussing before. I would like to ask you then, because Ilaria mentioned the diversity of instruments, and I'm pretty sure that for many in the room, the Eureka network is well known, but also there is a whole family of instruments there. Could you give us a brief description of Eureka doings and diversity of actions you are operating, and what was your involvement there, and what is actually what you are doing now?
So for those of you who don't know us, Eureka is an intergovernmental network that brings together ministries and innovation agencies in Europe and beyond. We're a global network to support collaborative innovation that's led by SMEs. So essentially, we offer funding lines to consortia led by SMEs that want to take innovations further. We sit in the sweet spot between early stage and late stage innovation. The partnership that you mentioned, so it's one of the European partnerships, focuses on innovative SMEs and offers 2 funding lines to SMEs that want to internationalize. In terms of diversity of programs, we offer these funding lines in collaboration with global players. So for us, it's really about helping European SMEs go beyond our borders. But we're still faced with this confusion, essentially, at SME level about where to go and what kind of support is available at different stages in their innovation journey. So I absolutely agree with your assessment that it's important in the future to consider our programs, how they align, and how to make the best of them without having companies essentially drop in the gaps between them. Because we've seen that happen over and over again. So learning from examples like the EIC, learning from the work we've done in the partnership to try to connect initiatives both within Eureka and beyond, because we have implemented, for example, a fast track to the EIC accelerator, is really important. And that also speaks to the funding. So we've seen the size of the gap. I think the Draghi report has woken everyone up to the size of the innovation and the investment gap. And we know that the EU budget is not enough to fill that gap. So it's really important to make sure that we align the EU budget with national budgets, with regional budgets, to try to come in and really support these pathways for our businesses, for those that will drive tomorrow's economy. It's all right. It's also a matter of being agile. So having programs that stand the test of time and that can respond to developing needs. I think our economy today is very different from our economy 5 years ago. If you look at AI, complete transformation, and I'm sure in 5 years' time, new technologies will have revolutionized our economy. So our programs should be agile enough, flexible enough to accommodate for these transformations.
Thank you, Denisa. Now I want to jump to Catherine, who had a long-standing career in the European Commission, and on that time held some of the key roles in DG Budget, but also working for the European GNSS agency in Prague. There is a lot of experience and knowledge that you have collected on the way. And now you joined the task force for STEP, which is also a relatively new instrument in the family of European instruments. So I wanted to ask you to, it was presented more or less yesterday, but just to remind us the key objectives and what could be the possible impacts of them in the future, and what is your role in the development of STEP, please?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for the invitation to the panel. STEP was presented yesterday by my colleague, Boriana Spasova, so I think that most of the people present in the room has already learned a little bit about the STEP, but let me maybe look a little bit back, 3 years back, when STEP was established and why it was established. At that moment, you remember, in 2022, the war in Ukraine restarted. There was also many tensions between our friends on the other side of the Atlantic. The huge competition started on the technological side. And the Americans proposed the Bill, Chips and ERA Act, and there is a big wake-up on the side of the Europeans saying, okay, they are putting on the table 2 trillion, what we can do. Just before also with the sovereignty threats linked also to the Ukraine war, emergencies that we had to deal with. There was a lot of talks about the sovereignty fund. But our politicians in Europe were not ready to put additional money on the table to fit this fund, and the EU budget was stretched to the maximum already, with all the challenges that has to be tackled. So, as usual in that situations, and together with the mid-term revision of the EU budget, the Commission proposed STEP. And STEP was a solution without additional money to redirect already the money committed under the budget and different 11 programs towards strategic technologies, investment in that direction. And also investment into the tier stages 4 to 9, where the additional funding was necessary for the development and deployment phase to accompany this. So that was the idea that is behind STEP. But STEP, you asked for the impacts. STEP started implementation only 1 year ago. So it's a little bit too early to talk about the impacts.
More what you expect? What are your expectations?
So what we already have succeeded to do is to redirect quite important amount of money towards the strategic technologies in 3 sectors: digital tech, clean tech, and biotech. We redirected already 10 billion under directly managed programs by the Commission, and we are quite close to the 13 billion also on the side of the cohesion policy, which is quite a lot already. You have to imagine what is the coordination work behind, because the STEP task force is not managing the funds, it's coordinating actually this redirection of funding under the different funds, which have different rules and different operational terms. What STEP is also, why STEP is also important, and why the task force was actually placed in DG Budget, which is the first situation ever, because DG Budget is implementing the budget, is actually coordinating how the funds are spent, and if we have enough revenues to actually pay what we have to pay. But we never actually manage anything. And the task force was set up in DG Budget also in view of the next MFF. And it is an exercise learning exercise inside the Commission as well, breaking the silos between programs, between services, and assessing what works, what doesn't. And we can already say that the first year of work under STEP, there's a lot of statements. We talk to the stakeholders a lot. We, in DG Batch, which has never happened also before, we started to talk to investors, private investors, to industry, to different associations and SMEs, just to assess where there are the bottlenecks, where are the problems, and which we have to address in the next MFF. And most of the feedback that we received was fed already into the Commission communication, which was published in February, on the road to the next MFF.
Okay, thank you for this opening statement. And now, Adam, I kept you for the last because if you see all the panelists, including the moderator, we all represent kind of a public sector, and or national or European. You represent a company. You are leading the Vigo Photonics, which is a very successful company worldwide. You have clients all over the world with your technologies. You are involved in the European framework programs also for many, many years. And this is not new, the Horizon Europe for you. And you also touched to different topics, which I guess that the separation between different topics that we address in the framework program will be also something to talk about. But what I wanted to also bring closer to our audience and to our discussion is that your perspective is not, I would say, purely from the perspective of the company, because you personally, you were involved in many high-level advisory groups and bodies. Recently, you took part in the assessment of the framework program. So we are really involved also in the program itself and helping to shape it in a way. I wanted to start with you sharing with us a little bit of this experience, how it is to be a CEO of the company, so deep involved in the managing the program, let's say.
Right. Thank you for inviting me to the discussion about the innovation journey. That's really important for all of us, scientists, engineers, managers, to be a part of it. Innovation ends with profits, ends with the successful economy. So that's not just innovation. It's not just some scientific discovery. It's a complete journey. So I'm happy to be a part of it in multiple roles during my life, but with a high-level group managed by Manuel Hayter. I had the pleasure to see it from the top. Where the framework program is and how it was developing. So I saw the initial historical stage where the framework program was mostly to support supply chains. Later on, like FP6, FP9, in this period is mostly to support research, so fundamental or the application research. But now it's more a tool for the supporting whole innovation journey, which is I'm happy to see that. It covers both supply chains and the fundamental research. So everything that's needed right now. But at the same time, this is a huge and complex ecosystem of different stakeholders, different point of views, and discussing about how to manage this fragmentation and tackle the strategic technologies, strategic issues. It's a huge thing. I was also at the meeting with EIT reviewing different areas that EIT is addressing, and they are all on spot. They are targeting important factors of European economy. While right now, since 2014, we have a war on our borders, and since 2022, it's a full-scale war. So it's really critical for Europe to be a part of the technological race, to be sovereign and to really address this strategic needs. And I was happy that before our report, Draghi presented his own view on a critical position, existential crisis of Europe, which for all of us was kind of a waking signal for also this innovation process. So that's these are the issues, and in the report we propose several solutions because it's not just pouring more money. It's so I don't fully agree that we need money and that will solve everything. We need a good synchronization, because I don't know any person, any scientist that is not able to dream about more money and spend it even wisely, but without a good coordination, we cannot get to the really final results. So all the things that was mentioned before me, we need to somehow synchronize on a high level, both between directorates, but also from a specific point of view. So in the framework program, there are very successful partnerships that are addressing several sectors, multiple sectors, and the most critical sectors. But at the same time, there is no body that is synchronizing between the partnerships. So, my main point here is to support this Industrial Competitiveness and Technological Council, where the experts, the practitioners can review different areas of public subsidies, implementation of the support to really address the critical issues mentioned by Draghi. We need to cover whole innovation journey, and then we need to end up with the economical success. That's my view on that.
Thank you, Adam. And that will be the end of the introduction round. I hope that, because you already touched upon multiple very interesting topics, I now would like us to go into the discussion, and I hope it will be as interactive as possible. But it was also an opportunity for our audience to see better who is really here discussing, and to touch a little bit about your points of view. So I would like to start with the elephant in the room, because many people are now closely following all the news concerning the FP10. Will there be FP10? There won't be FP10. And not that long ago, under the Polish presidency, the Compet Council, meaning all the ministers responsible for science, adopted the Warsaw Declaration that's clearly advocating that we need different measures for different actions still, and that the separate program for research and innovation is needed. So many people are just very agitated by what is happening. But I wanted to ask you, Catherine, could you give us an overview of what is actually happening right now, and what can we expect when this discussion will really be going, and we'll be touching on, okay, this is more or less the future that we could expect, and where we are now, and when we should expect something coming really precise and concrete. Please.
Okay, not easy question, but if there will be an FP10 or not, I cannot answer, but I can reassure that there will be money for research and innovation. That's for sure. This is, of course, no question on that. I will maybe start with the easier part of the question, and talk about the process, where we are and where we go with the discussions about the next multi-annual financial framework. So I mentioned that in February the Commission published the communication on the road to the next MFF, which actually put in place, which actually describe what are the challenges, how the EU budget struggled over the past years. We know that we had to deal with the pandemic and post-pandemic needs. We also assessed what would be possible direction of travel for the next MFF. So on the process, we started after February with the public consultation. There was a public consultation which was published for a few months. It closed on the 6th of May. And at the same time, we also launched a citizen dialogue, which will be ending this weekend, with 150 citizens randomly selected for this panel, where for the first time ever, the issues of the multi-annual financial framework were discussed with the citizens, which this never happened before. The MFF actually is a regulation which is adopted by the Council at unanimity. The European Parliament is not much involved. It is maybe they have to give the consent, but they are not deciding on it. And it is an intergovernmental agreement somehow what we will be spending in the future. So the consultation, with large consultation, was never put in place. So this is very good that we have this time. At the same time, our commissioner, Piotr Serafin, started also the tour of Europe, not the tour of capital, but of Europe. So talking not only to the politicians, but talking also to the project promoters, visiting different projects, so that he can also understand better what are the problems with which the project promoters are struggling, because the future MFF will be dealing also with the view, we want to be more user-centric. So take into consideration really what are the problems that we can solve on the ground and more operational. So what will be happening next? Oh yes, we've also got a debate with the Parliament last week, where the Parliament provided with their view on the priorities that the MFF should tackle. So everything is in place. Tomorrow there will be a college orientation debate. So our commissioners will be discussing on the priorities based on all the inputs that were actually received from different sources. I didn't mention the fact that actually the work on the next MFF started already 1.5 years ago with the internal consultations, with the services inside the Commission, also to gather all the lessons learned and prepare the ground for the political discussions. And now, after the college orientation debate, there was a few weeks last for mid-July, where the MFF will be presented together with all the sectoral acts. What is sure is that the budget will be most probably organized in different way. We need simplification, so it should be simple, more flexible, more focused, more impactful. This is what is written in the communication that are our mantra, let's say, to design the budget. And now it's the question of calibration between the needs and the resources we actually have on the table. And we will have to have a difficult discussion, of course, on which aspects we have to focus, what we can afford for, and how to finance them, because with the national contributions, stable national contributions, knowing that we have also to repay next generation EU borrowings, which are much more costly than initially thought. This is a quite difficult exercise.
Yeah, indeed. But for now, we are waiting for the mid-July for the proposal, and then the all political discussions between also member states.
Absolutely, will started, and we will have almost 2 years of negotiations. Of course, it is very difficult negotiation, because on the one side you have the proposal for the multi-annual framework, which is actually the list of figures.
Yeah.
And then you have the sectoral acts. On the list of figures is the Council who decides. On the sectoral acts is co-decision. And of course, it's a journey.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe not an innovation journey, but a political and
Exactly.
administration journey. And I wanted to ask Adam, because as Catherine said, it's our mantra that we to simplify, to be more focused, to be more agile. I guess that from the private company point of view, we have a lot to do. Even though Horizon Europe was already a real step forward into simplification. But also when you are hearing about the long political process, that is not something that usually companies are very keen on. Okay, now let's wait a few months or a year until they reach the decision. So what would you like these discussions to end up? Beside the fact that soon that would be the best, but what are the key points? Because we will have to make tough decisions. Being focused also mean that some things are more important than the others. So could you share with us what do you expect from the future multi-financial framework and the funds for innovation?
Maybe I will start with the correction. I know that right now it's very sexy to invest in the software companies where the perspective is quite short, to buy a few desks, few laptops, and then connect it to the cloud and then start programming right away. Vigo is a semiconductor factory, so we need to invest in future. We need to plan ahead for many years. So our partners and the microelectronic companies or photonic companies, they do the same. So for us, long-term planning of regional governments, national governments, or European is just okay. We need to have a well established strategical plans. That's for sure. For us, it's we are fully aligned. We are part of the discussion on multiple levels with the employer associations, with the industrial consortiums to support this kind of processes. So even sometimes too fast decisions of the governments are not okay, and switching from one direction to the other is also a bad thing. So once we have a good industrial strategy, then we can align together all those levels, either company or RTO strategy, regional, national, and European. And we need to discuss about the global strategy, where we are heading, where are the UN development goals, and these are also important. So we don't expect that those things are changing rapidly, and we need to discuss about this. We need to, when we are making management decisions in the companies, we need to refer to this kind of long-term plans. So this is what is happening. So that's a point of view of the hardware companies. Right now, with what's happening with the defense spending, the hardware is again on a key discussion. We cannot buy tanks from manufacturing hubs like China, Vietnam, or the others. We need to buy them locally. We need to secure the supply chains here in Europe. We need to limit the internal competition and support the global position of the European players. So the pan-European players like Airbus or ST Microelectronics, they should have a good support, but they should also invite SMEs to the discussion. That's critical, and European mechanisms should align with the national planning perspectives, but also taking out this the spending. So I don't see that there is not enough money in the system. I see that it's not synchronized. In Poland, we are spending like 200 billion Polish zlotys for arms right now. It's a probably equal budget to the spending of France, but only a few percent stays in Poland. And probably not much more than that stays in Europe. So we need to really discuss openly about this gap that European airplanes, European tanks are based on also technologies from abroad, and the tools that we are targeting right now, they should really understand what is the source of the goods, and then to really address those issues. Right now, Europe is very good on exporting innovations or inventions, exporting researchers. Maybe Trump activities will return those researchers to Europe. That we hope a little bit and bet on that, but at the same time, it's a huge work to be done in the next perspective, really, to support made in EU activities. And I don't remember, but in EIT there is a part of a budget devoted to made in EU, but it's like a few million euro. That's not enough. We need billions to support, to synchronize, to match the industrial spendings and the public spendings, national or regional, to really address those needs.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. Ilaria, since EIT was mentioned, part of the discussion is, first of all, thanks for the point about speed not being the always the most important factor, because really we now having all this rush with decisions. We need to act fast. AI, everything is happening all the time in the news. It's really, we can lose the perspective. And EIT has a perspective. It's working for, operating for years already. And I'm curious, what would you say that the impacts that EIT already had will be the most important for this future that we are discussing here? And which brings the most value that you personally think that should be continued to also be possible to be part of this future and synchronize with other actions, probably?
I'll start and make a premise. As it's known, the EIT has faced some criticism in the past few months. And even, some calling for its dismantling. Now, I do believe we have to listen to stakeholders, but I also do believe that criticism has to be fact-based. So let me tell you a few facts about the EIT. First of all, the EIT is not just a funding instrument, it's an innovation ecosystem builder, and actually has built a remarkable ecosystem in the past few years. We're talking about an ecosystem of 2,500 partners across Europe, in all the countries, more than 70 hubs, so a widespread presence, place-based, in all the different European countries. We're talking about a portfolio of startups supported of 10,000, almost 10,000, worth an evaluation of 72 billion each. Now, it is inherently complex to build ecosystem, but it's crucial. It's crucial because startups do not need only funding, they need network, they need clients, they need partners, they need test beds. And this is what the EIT is all about. Second point that I'd like to make is about the model. The EIT has a financially sustainable model aimed at financial sustainability. Now, this is pretty unique. And I have to say that it's also pretty controversial because we have received some criticism about this model. Now, what I would like to highlight about this model is that if you look at it from a EU citizens' perspective, you know, we are all citizens at the end of the day. That money is our own money as taxpayers. Financial sustainability means that we are investing as EU citizens on something that one day will be able to stand on its own feet instead of depending only on public money. It means that we are leveraging public funding in order to attract private capital. And I think this is really the key point about this model and why I like it so much personally. And actually, the EIT has demonstrated to be able to do this, attracting private investments, in a pretty good way. Because if you look at the biannual monitoring report that was published last year by the European Commission, the EIT leverage effect has been judged as one of the highest in Europe, being able to, for each euro spent by the EIT, bring back from private capital up to 8 euros. So this is pretty remarkable. And as a third aspect, I'd like to highlight education, which is a sweet spot of the EIT. Now, there are several instruments that actually do education, but the education that the EIT does is focused on entrepreneurship and innovation. So it's that blend between, putting together industry and academia in the famous knowledge triangle structure and research that the EIT has as a model, that lies the real capability of the EIT of nurturing, of growing the future generation of entrepreneurs in Europe, which is key. We know that, and the EIT has demonstrated to have a crucial role in building Europe's talent, in closing the skills gap. If you think about the portfolio of activities of the EIT, spanning from youth education, youth entrepreneurial education, to the Deep Tech Talent Initiative. We will soon announce that we have reached the 1 million target of people trained. And here we're talking about adult learning mainly, students learning, capacity building, innovation capacity building into higher education institutions. Well, all of this is what is needed in order to close Europe's capacity, Europe's skills gap. And skills academies, the recent Horizon Europe report is stating the crucial role of the EIT in closing the skills gap. Mentioning as an example the skills academies that we have built in a very short time, by the way. We started in 2022, and we have the Battery Academy up and running. We have the Solar Academy. We're setting up right now the Advanced Materials Academy and the Raw Materials Academy. So all of these are facts, backed by solid evidence, I would say, from reports of the Commission itself. So having said that, is the EIT perfect? Of course not. There are improvements that we have to make. There are, we can do more, we have to do more, specifically on simplification and on cooperation with other instruments. And these are the two elements that our stakeholders are advocating for, that we have been listening and that we are focusing on and actively pursuing as goals, because we are implementing measures both on a short term and on a long term, so more structural, in order to simplify the EIT and the KIC's operations, grants management, and governance. So we are fully committed to that. And of course, also on the cooperation, I said already in the beginning of my contribution how important synergy is. But in this case, of course, somebody says it takes two to tango. In this case, it takes many to tango, I would say. So we are fully committed, but of course we need a shared commitment by all the European instruments and by the decision makers to make this happen.
Thank you, Ilaria. I want to now ask Denisa, because it was mentioned now about this public funding being an investment, right? You have an expertise here, because we have different kind of instruments already, right? And we work to give a push to our economy, to our innovation for some time already. What is still holding us back? You work closely with many entrepreneurs, and what, from your point of view, is something that we should work on in the future to, I don't know, take out the barriers or prepare right incentives? What is missing? What do you identify as missing here to really fast forward?
It's more about scaling solutions that we already have there, and really taking those things that work and making them much bigger, much more impactful. In terms of funding, I would tend to agree with you. If we combine, if we pool public funding at European level, at national level, at regional level, and then we leverage that to attract private funding, we can make this transformation happen. But that takes a lot of alignment, that takes a lot of cooperation across multiple levels. And then that takes transformations beyond the public funding. So when you talk about capital across the EU, it takes breaking down significant barriers that are there for investment. It means setting up the right incentives across the board, from things like in some countries in academia, if you leave academia to, for example, create a startup, it's very, very hard, next to impossible, to go back. Then about IP. I used to work in technology transfer, and you would often see IP just sitting around. So it's transformations that, yes, relate to funding, but also go way beyond funding and that are needed across the board. And governments do invest alongside the European Union, alongside other pots of public funding. That works. We see it in our partnership, where we also managed to get, with 250 million European funding, we get to a 2 billion program. So you manage to leverage a lot of other sources of public funding and a lot of private funding. But then we need to tackle these across the board. So to tackle not just the funding, but also the remaining, let's say, borders or issues that are there beyond the funding.
Yeah. Thank you. Keith, Denisa was talking about the transformation, and to do that, we need a certain measure, of course, and some of the work must be done by the SMEs, the companies themselves. We can assist them, we can help them. I was wondering, like, from the point of view of EIC, that it's not a hidden fact that EIC has one of the lowest success rate in the whole horizon. There is huge interest applying for the EIC. So in a way, you've collected also a lot of knowledge of what is happening in Europe and what kind of companies are applying to EIC and what kind of them are successful. So, and I know that you also engage these successful companies in many discussions, so they can also spread some of the knowledge or expertise they gained on the way. So where would you say are the most important parts that we should push our companies, or we should assist them, because for the transformation to happen? As I said, it's not only about the funding.
No, I think we've learned quite a few interesting things. So we started off with a very open approach. We didn't tell companies and startups what they should be doing. We had some criteria that were based on, how interesting is that technology, is it scalable, and are they high risk? Because we were trying to invest and support things that would be difficult investments for the private sector. And we said, and we still do, you can apply to the EIC at any time. There's no call deadline. Any area of technology. I mean, we didn't do military, but we're moving into dual use. We've put a proposal on the table for that. I mean, the interesting thing about this is that if we look at what's come out of that, it's actually pretty much concentrated in exactly the technologies that are important for economic security. So, for example, I think we have one of the biggest portfolios of quantum companies in the world, but we didn't say we have to have this is what came through the system. So the point I wanted to make is that and reflecting a bit on the comments, is that it's super important that we have this strategic top-down approach where we can really bring all of the instruments together in an effort where you want a kind of system-wide change, but you also need something else, which is to allow the researchers, innovators to come with their ideas, because otherwise my feeling is you're always going to be too slow. We're always going to be catching up. By the time something becomes a top political priority, we're too late and we're catching up. So what we've been trying to do with the EIC is to really look at what's coming from the company side, from the innovator side, and then back the ones that are most interesting. And I think we've built up a hugely important portfolio of technologies and companies. And then what we can start doing is to support the ones that really have the growth potential, because what we've seen in these companies, I don't know your impression, Adam, is that this is not about a one-off support. These companies come back every year. They have, we have companies, they start with 1 million, and next year they need 2 million, and next year they need 10 million, the next year they need 100 million. You have to be there at each stage of this. It's not helpful for the companies to say, okay, we just give you 1 million at the beginning and then see what happens. So this is a complete different change from what we've had in the past. And this whole approach that we need to follow up and not just send companies to another call somewhere else, I think has been really important. If I can comment on the speed of decision making, I think it's really important, but not always. So if you have a startup that has a few months of cash left and they're going to go bankrupt, you have to be able to act fast. If you have a company raising the investment round with other investors and all of the other investors are ready to go, you cannot be slowing down that company. If you are building a research team and doing a collaborative research project, often they're not ready to start because they have to hire the researchers and there's no real speed to start. So I think we need to be a bit more nuanced and we have to be able to, when we start talking about innovation, which is commercial, we have to be able to operate at market speeds, which is very different. I mean, this has been a big learning for us and we're not fully there in the EIC. And then my last comment on this is it's completely different doing investments than grants. I mean, this is a big change, and in the framework program, we have a finely tuned machine for grants and collaborative projects. When you invest in a company, it's completely different. You're not a bystander in the innovation journey, you're part of the innovation journey. So, I mean, this has been a big learning, but I think the impacts you can have through investment are really spectacular. I mean, we've been doing early investments in companies that said to us, we cannot find a single other investor. And then when we've come in, that has opened the doors for them. And they've said, okay, because the Commission has come in, they believe in the company, you're going to put a major investment of millions of euros. That has opened the doors to other investors. And we're building this trusted investor network across Europe that we really have these relationships with all of the other investors. So this whole kind of piece about how you move from great research that we have lots of into scalable companies, I think has been a huge learning process for us. It's very important for the future. And then my last comment on this, it's very different investing in a project than building a company. And I see this confusion a lot, that a lot of our investment instruments are to invest in a project, an infrastructure. That's super important, but it's completely different when you're building a company, and that's a very different investment philosophy. So I think it's a big new area to go into investments. It's not an easy area, but it's a super important one we've seen from the EIC, and I think important for how Europe responds to the kind of challenges that Draghi put out.
Okay, thank you, Keith. It is quite honest. I think that when you say that there was a trouble when going from grants to investments, that it was a learning process. And so my question, and it's Denisa, you can start, but just that maybe, well, from what you said, I take that we may be lacking the perspective of investors when we are designing our actions, that maybe this kind of stakeholders, like private investors, are not enough represented or not enough well heard in our considerations. So the effect that we provide is not maybe interesting enough for them to put their money on. And now to Denisa.
I think it's also important to recognize that innovation is almost never linear. So, for example, we've run an analysis of the overlap between our portfolio in Eurostars, which is one of our biggest funding lines, and the EIC Accelerator. And there's significant overlap. And it's interesting because actually we see a lot of EIC Accelerator alumni coming in for refining their innovations and trying to use the public grants that they get from us to secure larger private investment. So it de-risks. And I think we need to acknowledge the fact that there's a place for both, and it's not always going to be as linear as we like to represent the innovation journey. So that's something that I wanted to point out. And then there's also this idea of the working with private investors, which is very, very important, because I think every public authority at whichever level they're at right now, they recognize the fact that public money alone cannot do this. So there's more and more thinking towards blended funding. And actually studies from the OECD have showed that you actually perform better when you combine public and private in terms of innovation, in terms of impact, and in terms of long-term health for the actual company.
Adam?
Yeah, Kitty, you're right that investment is different perspective than project-based, but it's a part of the same journey. So when I said that the companies have a strategic perspective, it's actually this investment perspective. To compare with the other systems in US, I consider that they made it clear that their efficiency of the science is based on the results of their military spendings and the military export of goods. So that's why they sponsor a lot of science based from the defense budget or the Department of Energy budget. So as a result, they have a clear connection between economy and the science. So when we are talking about the projects, we need a fast track to innovation. We need to really be very fast on implementing innovations. That's for sure. If we are investing into the larger new areas, into the whole economy, we need to be very careful. But as you said, we need to be continuously support entrepreneurs on accelerating, on sometimes stopping their investment projects, sometimes merging with other companies. I'm not sure if there are right now any procedures in EIC on merging the companies in your portfolio, but that's critical right now to merge different European players. So the same way like Airbus did to connect different activities in making different kind of systems throughout the Europe to really make Europe stronger. That's critical, and I see everybody is representing different tools that is supporting the same innovation journey, but they are very duplicated. It's not just that they're fragmented or they are not collaborating with each other, but they are just and there are a lot of duplications in the system. So that's this way we need to, as entrepreneurs, as companies, we need to use different tools: Eureka, Eurostar, Eranet, Horizon Europe, Digital Europe, EIC, ERC, whatever. But sometimes they are just they could be a one source, one-stop shop for the entrepreneur, and or they should be somehow synchronized by kind of a top-level council. And my impression about EIT is that this ecosystem should be on top of the whole system. It should not be on a side, one of the tools to work with ERC, or it should be on the top. You're creating the ecosystem, you're doing this great, but you have a minor budget. So you cannot compete with the other partnerships in Horizon Europe, but you are doing the same thing in the EIC. So that's my impression, that it shouldn't be and one more tool. It should be really to take this experience from EIT and somehow merge it into the whole system, not create another tool. I'm not sure how would you like to address this with the strategic technologies. That's because I'm afraid of the new tools that are becoming stronger and stronger, while the others are still there. Either we need to merge them, similar with the companies, stop some of those tools, make those that are present strong enough to really address the druggy issues.
Okay, so navigation problem for the companies also. Finding the right tool. Please, Catherine.
Let me maybe build on what was just said. I have 2 points on EIT maybe first, because you touch upon that. I was always a big fan of EIT concept. And then over the years in Grow Up and in STEP Task Force, we are collaborating with EIT KICs a lot, with digital, of course, with Health KIC and the others. And what we noticed is that ecosystems have been built and they are really, really good. However, the KICs between them have a lot of difficulties to collaborate. So for example, in Digital KIC, I think 60%, maybe I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong, of investment is going to the health sector. So, and they are not talking too much with them. We tried to push them to collaborate more, and it is not happening. So that is a little bit the problem. But the ecosystem that you created is crucial, is very helpful. And then what on the point that Keith made, that there is something different to invest into the project and different in investing in the company. And I think also from a STEP perspective, when I'm talking to the private investors, we started to talk in the Commission to the private investors, which never happened before. Maybe on your side, yes, but in DG Budget, never. And we are receiving feedback from them because STEP is also delivering step seal, like the seal of excellence, and we are trying to connect the companies that received the step seal with the private investors, in case they cannot be funded from the cohesion fund, in case they haven't received money on the directly managed programs, but they are the good projects. And what was for us also the discovery in DG Budget, that investors they doesn't care about the project. They are investing in companies. And that is the big difference, actually. We are selling them the projects, but they are not interested in the projects. So we have to change also mindset and the way we are approaching the issue.
Thank you. Okay, then last sentence, and then according to this clock that is unfortunately sending us a message.
I'll be brief, I promise. I just wanted to touch on a point that you have made that it's very important, I think, which is the coordination and the integration of the ecosystem, of the KICs between them. This is a key point. And today we have a mechanism that is called the cross-KIC. We do have several initiatives that are putting together the KICs, but this is one of the structural changes that we want to make in terms of empowering it even more, giving it more budget. Because if you think about it, the future is the cross-KIC work, because we will not keep on setting up new KICs forever, If there is a need, of course, we will do. We have proposals, we have ideas, but the real power is the ecosystem, leveraging on the assets that we have created so far. And by the way, it's true that KICs are working in thematic areas, but it's also true that some thematic areas are so cross-sectorial. You made a very good example, digital. What is digital? You cannot close them in boxes at the end of the day. And that's why digital has several very interesting startups that are within the healthcare sector. And that's okay, as long as they collaborate together more and more. I fully agree with you on this. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So now we have less than 5 minutes of our time, and I would like to use it give you one last round. No questions, but your last statement. It could be what you take back home from this panel or from this conference to work towards the future, or maybe you have some advice or something you would like to see in this future. Please try to put in 2 sentences. Who would like to start? Anybody? Then Keith, please.
My message is that the next budget is going to be very, very difficult. And I think the research and innovation community is this big political priority on competitiveness. But I mean, the pressures are just massive. So, I mean, this will be an incredibly important period over the next 2 years. I think we need all the research and innovation community to really be part of this. So that would be my message. I mean, it's going to be really tough. And we can't just assume that all the nice things we have at the moment will be able to continue, because it's going to be a really tough situation.
So brace yourself, winter is coming. Denisa, please.
Just to say, maybe building on your idea of coordination and integration of the ecosystem being key, I would actually expand this across Europe. So talking about trying to integrate as much as possible all of our programs and all of the actors that are active in this ecosystem, trying to build these bridges a lot more and being a lot more aligned on where the priorities are and where we see growth coming from.
Thank you. Who's next? Ilaria,
I can say just a couple of things. In one of this morning's panels, I heard somebody say 3 keywords: resilience, trust, and sustainability. So I fully agree with that. I think these 3 keywords should be our mantra, and we should really concretize them with some concrete things. Trust for the ATs, we are the risking collaboration between companies, academia, and research across borders in order for them to really be able to grasp the best opportunities. Sustainability, I said, we need a model where we are able to leverage public funding to attract private capital. And all of this hopefully will bring us to resilience.
Thank you. Catherine.
Okay, then 3 words as well. Integration, investment, and simplification. So integration, of course, we have to build pan-European projects, achieve economy of scales, and what you already have said in terms of integration of the ecosystem. Large-scale investments, we have to leverage EU budget because we will have to make difficult decisions, less grants maybe, but more leveraging in investment on the EU budget, playing the role of the guarantee. And then simplification started. The Commission launched the simplification process with cutting 20% of the regulatory burden. I hope we will be achieving this. And now, as in other panels it was said, we have the political will also behind. So let's build on it.
Thank you. Adam, the last words are
citizen, we are right now a citizen of Poland. We are now frightened of war. As an entrepreneur, we are frightened on the global economic war. So I think it's a critical moment where we have to act. We are no longer need to base our policies on ideals. Need to be realistic goals, realistic plans, and so I fully support your summaries. But we need to be really concrete, and I think the nations are behind that. So they are supporting the European point of view. The Trump made identity of Canada, and probably Putin and Trump and China is creating the identity of Europe. So let's continue that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for joining us here today and the discussion. It was a great pleasure for me to talk to you, and a great round of applause for our guests.
Thank you very much. This was the last panel discussion, but we are still about to witness the round of conclusions here on the main stage. So the closing remarks will be made by representatives of both NCBR and of the future presidency of European Council. So please stay with us. It seems like the discussions that were being held in the other 2 rooms are also about to finish. And right after the closing remarks, we will invite you for lunch. After the lunch, and this is the time I will say it for the first time, we will ask you, we will invite you to go on those study visits I was mentioning before, and I just wanted to tell you a few interesting and very important things. So for those of you who are visiting Fibritech, you are all requested to carry an ID, whether it's a passport or a national ID document. You can carry your luggage with you. You can take it on board the coach or the bus. On the way back from your study visits, the buses will stop at the Warsaw Central train station. So if you need to take a train, you can easily leave the bus at the train station. But of course, all the buses will also come back here. And I was told that the buses will be leaving at 2:30 sharp, but I don't know if that's going to change due to the small delay that we're having on our agenda. So seeing that the stage is almost set up, is the lectern also going to będziemy mieli też mównicę na scenie? Nie będzie, okej. Poproszę o mównicę. Tak, tu mównica też miała być. Okay, so one more thing that we need to bring on the stage. Thank you. So once we have it ready, I will invite the guests of the last piece of our agenda that is going to be held here on the main stage. As I said before, those are going to be the closing remarks, summing up the last 2 days of very intensive conference. Of course, the things that have been happening here were just the conclusion of weeks or even months of hard work of the team organizing today's conference. I hope everything is ready, so we're ready to invite to the stage Ms. Bożena Lubińska-Kasprzak, Deputy Director of NCBR. Nice to have you here. Mr. Jes Brunk, Director of the Center for Technology Entrepreneurship, Technical University of Denmark. Ms. Barbara Spano, Chief Consultant of the Danish Ministry for Higher Education and Science. Last but not least, one of the people most engaged in organizing this event, Ola Ignatowicz, EU Innovation Journey Event Coordinator. Ola, the microphone is yours.
The mic almost directly to the Deputy Director, but let me just say that even if I thought that we'll be exhausted after the whole time of preparation and all of these 2 days, I'm really recharged with your energy, with all of these inputs and everything. I'm ready to do another event. But now let's pass to our Deputy Director for closing remarks.
Okay. Thank you, Ola. We all in our institution admire Ola energy after this very busy 2 days. Dear all, thank you for being here. Thank you for coming to our event, EU Innovation Journey 25 conference. Let me warmly thank each and every one of you for your presence for all these 2 days and for your very active contributions to all discussions that took place during this conference on the main stage, on the opportunity and potential stage, and on the challenges stage. And in many particular informal discussions that which I had the opportunity to see took places for all 2 days. As regards statistics, we over these 2 past days we had the privilege to host here over 500 participants from across Europe. I think that we have achieved the goals of the conference, which were to bring together a very diverse community of innovative entrepreneurs, policymakers, investors, researchers, and representatives of institutions from broadly understood innovation European ecosystem, and to discuss barriers and solutions to overcome them in order to reduce the innovation gaps and unlock the full potential of Europe, of innovative Europe. Let me quote a few key conclusions and recommendations that came to light during the discussions. Most often repeated, we need to simplify access to funding. Participants recommended deepening public-private cooperation through technology clusters, scientific and industrial partnership, and better use of NCP National Contact Points network for the coordination of projects, especially international projects. The importance of technology transfer was also repeatedly pointed out, and it has been postulated to strengthen transfer offices and patent mechanism as a key element of the bridge between research and business. Another issue that was discussed during the conference was that it is strategically important AI, biotechnology, green technologies, and medical innovation as which are a priority should be priority across EU competitiveness. Emphasis was placed on creating comprehensive support for the entire innovation cycle, from research to market. It was pointed out that innovative public procurement are very important also for bringing research to the market. It was pointed out the core issue was the East-West innovation divide in the EU countries and Central and Eastern Europe, and they face structural challenges in scaling up innovations. Participants called for better access to investment instruments and to pre-acceleration programs especially tailored to the CE regions. It was also mentioned that we need specific programs or specific attitudes to improve or to build entrepreneurship mindset as regards scientists. It is very important to build up this connection for research to market. And it was also pointed out that we need to choose our European way, not American, not Chinese, but special European way for innovation. All experts involved and representatives of ministries agreed that the dialogue, which was here, and the issue that we discussed here at the conference, should be continued as part of similar initiatives, industry meetings, technology forums, and so on. The need to maintain a platform for exchange of views, of our experiences, of our attitude should be continued in the future. As National Center for Research and Development, we are very proud to have initiated this and led this dialogue, and we remain committed to build stronger connection across Europe's innovation ecosystem. All this is very much in line with our strategy and our everyday goals and our activity, which is to fill innovative gaps, support the participants of the Polish and European innovation economy through our financing, through informing, advising, and creating new instruments. We are the insight and all this discussion and recommendation and thoughts of the conference during the conference will not be lost. As it was mentioned yesterday by Director of National Center of Research Development, they will fit directly into the report which we will prepare. The report will be called How to Bridge the Innovation Gap, a document we hope will serve as both a reflection and a roadmap for European innovation policy, particularly in the context of widening participation. I'm truly pleased to now pass the baton to Danish colleagues who will continue this important conversation during their upcoming EU presidency. Denmark has long been a leader in fostering innovation and scale-up support, and we are confident that under their stewardship, this dialogue will not only continue, but it will grow stronger, more strategic, and even more inclusive. Finally, I would like to thank all my co-workers, Ola especially, and other people from National Center for Research and Development, who have been preparing this event for many months, putting a lot of organizational, technical and substantive work into it and to achieve the best possible effect. Thank you once again for being part of this European innovation journey. As today our Minister of Science, Mr. Marcin Kulasek, said, we should be proud to be European. And after these 2 days, this very fruitful discussion, I'm sure that we can be proud European. EU innovation journey underscored the need for inclusive, coordinated and ambitious innovation policy across Europe that empowers less developed regions, strengthens EU-wide technological sovereignty and accelerates the transition from lab to market in critical, especially in critical technologies. Let's do it together. Thank you very much for your attendance.
We're finishing the EU Innovation Journey Conference, but not the journey itself. Innovation will keep going. And of course, I would like to say that sit back, relax and enjoy, but innovation road, it's quite a bumpy one. So good luck to all of us. It's all about cooperation. So now we're passing to you, Danish colleagues.
Thank you very much, Ola, and thank you very much to all of you. It has been a very great pleasure to be here in these past 2 days and join this conference, also taking into consideration that Denmark is going to take on the presidency of the Council already this July. Before moving towards what we feel will be some of the main points where we will focus during our presidency, I would like to spend a few words with what we have discussed together in the past days and the role of innovation for a competitive Europe. Denmark has also welcomed the Draghi report and the wake-up call that the report referred to in order to focus on innovation to remain competitive. From a Danish perspective, we are welcoming all the initiative and the strategies that the European Commission has been working on and that will be made public in a few months. For Denmark, the conversation on innovation could not be more timely. And as we have also heard before, also the discussion related to the multi-annual financial framework align with the starting of the adoption of the MFF will align with the starting of our presidency. And that's also very important for us. While we don't yet know the content of the MFF, we can expect that, again, competitiveness will have a big role. We can also anticipate some of the main themes that the Danish presidency will have focus on, and they will include, among others, the economic resilience, innovation, and the green and digital transition. At the same time, the focus on security and defense and strategic autonomy is becoming more important, increasingly important in the changing political environment. And from the Danish side, we feel that all these areas can work together to keep Europe competitive. I would also like to go back to the discussion that we had before regarding the EU Scale-up or Startup strategy and mention something that we have been working on last year in Denmark, where we have also launched our Danish Scale-up and Startup strategy. Both the Danish one and the European one will be a focus for the Danish presidency. We are planning a dedicated innovation conference that will take place in Copenhagen in November. And yes, from the Technical University of Denmark, we'll go into more detail about that. The decision that we took in Denmark about our work from the ministry side and the policymaker has been to lead the floor to the one that actually work on innovation. And from our side, it's not only the ministry, but the environment around us. I would also like to spend a few words on the focus that we have had on innovation at the Ministry in the past year. I work with several areas related to innovation, and one of them is the innovation part of Horizon Europe. We have made an analysis and published a report to look at how we perform in Denmark in innovation-related activities and instruments in Horizon Europe, and see if there was a kind of untapped potential and the reason why in some areas we don't perform as we wish. We sell ourselves as a country for being very innovative, but it can be still difficult for companies located in some area or in some region of our country, despite the fact that this is a smaller country, if they are far away from innovation hub, innovation ecosystem already established, or cooperation with universities. Before I conclude, I would like to ask you a question, and it's like if Denmark, with strong institutional and support system, still see untapped potential in European innovation program, could that still be true also for other countries? From our side, we can see that as policymaker at the Ministry, innovation policy is not fixed. It evolves around us, it evolves with the situation that we have in Europe and in the world right now. But we should keep our mission clear, and we should ensure that the excellence and the talent that we produce in Europe have the possibility to continue to stay in Europe and have companies that can actually grow in Europe. This was everything from my side, and I think that I will now leave the floor to Yes, that can present a little bit for more details about the Innovation Conference in Denmark. Once more, thank you again for the past 2 days.
All right. Thank you very much, Barbara. And let me start by thanking our Polish colleagues, Ola, and the whole team. It's been such a pleasure being here. So, yeah, you deserve a big hand once more, so thank you from my side. And yeah, there's also part of Baden to continue in Copenhagen. We have the conference in November. I'll get a little more into that, but maybe a few words about myself. I'm a professor from DTU, and I've co-founded 6 deep tech companies over the past 25 years. The European innovation system has been really key for all of these companies, and we can see what a difference this makes. So sharing ideas with the right minds here, having Europe stepping up even further is really key. I took away a few points from these few days here. One clearly is deregulations and simplifying. We do need that. I think we also have to understand, as Europe, we treasure also security, consumers, and so on. So it is a balance how we can do that. I'm looking forward to the 28th regime, because we can see some of the sandboxes we've had nationally in Denmark, where we can test deregulations also. Then we've had a ceiling that we still have to obey to European laws. So very interesting there on that. Then a lot of thoughts about from startup to scale-ups. It's encouraging. Yeah, I see Keith, thank you very much for stepping up to the 30 million ticket size. That will make a difference. We also look forward to the new scale-up to strategy that will come out very shortly. This will tie a lot into the conference we'll have in Copenhagen. And then a key point for me is that we need to align our resources. One thing is looking at the gaps we have at the later stage, but these ties into resources, alignment of people, also at the onset. And I'll just share one quite important insight we found at DTU. We had it up in the panel discussion yesterday. So we looked at 1,000 startups out of DTU, a period of 17 years, and we looked at a number of parameters, basically see which scale-ups are succeeding and are there elements we should be careful of nurturing at the onset. The most pronounced parameter, 80% correlation with success, were startups that had professional boards, not when they were scaling, they had, but when they were started. So researchers that have a dialogue with people from industry, a few people here have mentioned business angels, Their money is almost insignificant, but their experience, their network, and other industry people, when they have conversations with leading researchers, they stimulate each other and spin out. So we really have to align on this journey we're on, the different elements in our innovation system. Then if we move to Copenhagen, we're meeting in November 25th and 26th. That will be great. Really focusing on deep tech there. We also have...
Can we have the slides, please?
Oh,
sorry. Yes.
Oh, thank you. I can see the slides. You can't. Now you can. Thanks. Yeah, so this is ASCENT, we call it, Advancing Strategic Competitiveness of European Innovation in Deep Tech. So really this startup to scale-up journey. Great resources, continuing the conversations we've had here. And I just want to highlight also that we have a pre-conference event. So we're inviting all of you to the Danish ecosystem. So the day before, November 24th, please come and join us also there. And then just highlighting some of the prominent speakers we have here. Margrethe Vestager, many of you know her from the European Commission. She is now the chairperson at DTU. So we are frankly quite proud as a university that such dominant politicians are choosing us in the university world to go in and lift this important agenda. Many more prominent. My personal favorite are the two speakers from UK talking about why empires fall. There are some analogies on what's happening in the US. I think that will be quite exciting to see those parts. Last element. This is off script and a little personal. I want to thank the person who invited the green laser show up. The thing is, I'm a laser physicist, and I just want to share an innovation story that revolves around green lasers. So I spun out my first company 25 years ago, came back to the university after that was successful 12 years ago, and some of my former colleagues are really the best in the world at green lasers. So they make the most efficient, compact, small lasers. They had a number of patents, they had a number of awards, they got innovation funding, but they had one big problem, and the system had a problem. None of them wanted to leave the university. So we had this fantastic system, but they were great scientists and loved their job. So it was actually a quite low-hanging fruit to invite people from my network to come in and have a conversation with them. And within 9 months, we incorporated a company. All had shares in the company, but an industry person were leading that company to spin out. The company is today around 100 people. It works in ophthalmology. It's a medical device company, literally saving people from going blind. And in that segment, it's now industry leader. That company has had innovation funding all the way from the research lab, and 2 months ago secured a 20 million loan from the European Innovation Bank. So I do see a very strong link in the conference we've had here, all the way from the entertainment to the labs to the scale-up. So I can't wait to meet you all in Copenhagen and continue this journey together. So thank you again, and let's thank the Polish host, Ola.
Thank you all. So now we know where we're going on 24th, 25th, and 26th of November, Copenhagen. Please mark it in your calendar. Thanks again. Thank you so much. And I will pass to our Radosław.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for those 2 intensive days of intense and very interesting talks, conversations, roundtables. I think we all will take a lot from the discussions that were held here at this conference. Thank you once again. And this is the time I will invite you to enjoy your lunch. Right after your lunch, we will take you on 3 separate tours. So I'd like to remind you of the most important things. Those of you who are going to Fibritech are requested to carry an ID, whether a passport or any national ID document with a photo. You can carry on your luggage on board the coach, the bus, and on the way back to this venue, buses will stop at the Warsaw Central train station if you want to leave there. And this is all from me. Thank you very much once again. It was a pleasure to be here with you, to be part of this great event. Hope to see you in the future. For now, it's all. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you.